Hello, hi Nui. Today is stream number 202. I'm working on a game. You can read about it there, or you can log into it here. Here's what it looks like. It's a game inspired by the Ultima series that I played when I was a kid, only it's multiplayer, and I'm evolving it on stream. Today I am adding prototype items to the game. This is the one and only Raimu. Well, this is the 8,354th incarnation of Raimu, but who's counting, right? So today I wanted to add items to the game, and this is entirely for Liquidor's benefit. I'm just kidding. Anyway, Liquidor is a viewer who has been having fun botting the game, and this addition to the game should make it a little bit more challenging. So bringing in items to the game. So the idea I had to make it fun was to require a sword to destroy these NPCs that are randomly spawning throughout the world. Right now, players just step on them and they despawn. But what if they didn't despawn unless you were properly equipped? Not only would you need to have a sword, but it would break after it gets used a certain number of times, and you'd have to go find a new one. So this will test a few things. The fact that you have to have items in the game, that they have durability or other quantities, that we can spawn them in the world, that you can pick them up, and that you have to have them when you step on NPCs for anything to happen. Also, what kind of game would it be if you didn't get loot after defeating the NPCs? So we'll have the NPCs drop a random number of gold coins when they're destroyed. So that'll also test the ability to have stacks or quantities of an item, and automatically stacking up to the max quantity and then forming a new stack, and then people can have fun throwing gold coins around in the world too. I forgot both yesterday and today, that's true. Bad, bad, bad. I said I would set an alarm for myself. I did set an alarm, but it didn't say something like post to Discord. It just said stream soon. So, guess what? You guys caught me not having the Discord announcement, so now you get some points. Let me go do that right now. Hey, but you caught me before it got really too late, so that's a good thing, right? Let me take the linked to this page, and I have to do this little trick with VS Code to get it the clipboard to know it's text, and then I say, sorry, I forgot. Again, 2 times in a row. Not like this. To post here before going live. Today, I am adding prototype items to the game. Alright, there we go. Fixed for now. Yeah, it's 3 points every day until I learn my lesson. That's exactly right. How am I going to learn if I don't get punished, right? Or if you don't get rewarded? So let's go find Liquidor bot. Is he actually logged in? Nope. Liquidor bot was hunting down and destroying NPCs in the world when he was on, but he's not. So I'm curious to find out after today, once I push this into the production, how Liquidor bot will respond when you can't destroy NPCs. Yeah, you can destroy them now, but soon you'll need to have a sword to do this. So the order of business, I think I want to bring in the art first. Then this is my little key to remember what things need to be in a component for an item. And then I want to give the character inventory slots. So that's 2 aspects. The back end, it's an easy thing, just to add an array of entities to the player component. The front end is a little bit more involved. I want to show inventory slots on the character. And if you have an item in a slot, I want right-click to just drop it into the world. That'll be how you free your inventory. The only other way to use items will be to actually step on an NPC with a sword, and that sword will break when it reaches 0 durability. You got a sword, look at your hands? And it's true, but, you know, it could be just an illusion. Hey, Liquidor. I'm being raided by Chris already. Ah! How was your stream, Chris? Welcome, CM Griffin, Mr. Sir, and friends. I just started my stream like literally 5 minutes ago. I'm working today on prototyping items in my game. Yeah, let's thank you, Nui, for all those links. Hey there, Skizzers. Hey there, Moontori. Where's Skizzers? There he is. Yes. If you don't know about Chris's stream, you should check his stream out. He's doing web dev. He's making a Twitch chat overlay extension thing, which I'm looking forward to trying out. Right now I'm using the Stream Elements one, but it would be cool to use Chris's instead. So yeah, the plan for today, if you don't know what I'm doing, those links that Nui put in chat before should lead you to more information, but I'm working on a multiplayer game. You can log into it now. There are some features in, but not a whole lot because it's only about 4 weeks old. And I'm adding items to the game today. So right now you can walk around the world and oh, there's a sub. Thank you, Playing with Skizzers. 5 months in a row. No, 5 months, 2 months in a row. Okay, got it. YGT Ski Pog indeed. So anyway, there are NPCs in the game that randomly spawn and move around, and right now if a player like Develop It were to go step on one of these NPCs, it would despawn them. So I had a thought that what if we made it a little bit more difficult to do that? Maybe require a sword to destroy NPCs. Not only that, but you'd have to go and get a new sword every once in a while. Have it take a hit of durability every time it's used to despawn an NPC, and then breaks when it reaches 0, and you have to go to the armory somewhere to get a new one. And then, like I was saying before, there's any decent RPC, you expect to get loot from defeating NPCs, so we'll just have them drop a certain number of gold coins when destroyed, and you'll get to collect them. Or place them in the world by holding onto them in your inventory and then dropping them into the world. Hey there, Mr. Balrog. Atom Party. Many Atom Parties. 8 of them, in fact. So yeah, I'm going to start today by doing some tile artwork. So in the game I have this tile editor, and I can bring in these tile sets. That's what I've been using to paint the background. And going to add a new tile set for items. And I have some previous art for a precursor to this game I'm going to pull from. So let me just run a sprite here and pull up my tiles. So this will be some Raimu art. I don't get to do art very much. I'm not a good artist, but I do have this old set of tiles, and I think I have a sword somewhere. Oh, there I have a magic sword. Actually, I have a non-magic sword over here. Maybe we'll start with that. So this guy over here. Marquee tool. Pull him in. Let's make a new tile set. And just have it space for 10 tiles. Paste the sword over here. Make sure I put it on the right offset. Oh, I didn't grab the sword correctly. It got clipped on the top. Or no, it was like that. Ah, we'll have to fix the sword then. Restarted VS Code to update, and now your bot is apparently still running as a background process that you can't find. Oh no! Your bot has become sentient and is now wandering around in your system. What was the dropper? Oh no, it was Alt and then click. There we go. Alt and then click. Alright, there's our sword. Some Raimu artwork there. And while I'm at it, let me find the gold pieces. I had that around here somewhere too. Oh, here it is over here. Some gold pieces. Because, you know, you gotta have loot. Maybe I even mix it up a little bit and have, let's center that. Maybe add an alternate kind of loot that you could pick up. I know I'm going to run into problems like loot overabundance, so maybe I need to build in a mechanism to clean things up. Or maybe just despawn. How about if I just despawn items if they've been in the world too long? Probably have to do that. So, what's another cool piece of loot that I could add from this tile set? The key, when I add doors later, food is good. People might be hungry, might want to eat something. Let's add some chicken to the game. Why not? I just need to do the magic wand select tool to get rid of this background, and then again to select it, and we'll do a select, modify, expand one, select, modify, border one, and then paint the border. I love that trick. Fill in the little holes. It's not that technique's not perfect. Some holes, and there we go. And maybe that's good enough for now. So, I mean, I don't know. Let's see if there's anything else I want to grab while I'm here. Wasn't there? Oh, this looks like better loot. I like that. Let's grab the better loot. And again, the trick with the magic wand tool. Who did I not wave to? I thought I did wave to develop it. Now I gotta go back and look at all my waves. There's one to Nui, Liquidor, Untori, playing with Skizzers. Oh, I think I did miss develop it in Kancomatics. I need to have a bot that reminds me to wave at people. Saren Chicken Dippity? We're talking about chickens? Yeah, chicken is like a frequent theme, isn't it? The castle will be pretty cool loot. Which castle? Oh, this... how do I move around? This button? I mean, this castle? I think it's a little bit too big for you to pick up as loot. But I could put a shield in there. I don't want to try to get too much stuff. I'm going to keep it simple for the starters, because I don't know what I'm actually going to do for the real item system yet. In fact, I think I'm just going to cut it at these first three tiles. So we have our weapon, our loot, and our alternate loot. There we go. So how do you trim? Trim. That didn't quite do what I wanted. How about sprite canvas size? And go to 96 left. There we go. Save that as. Need to put it into the assets. Call it items. And then export. And put it into the public folder. And I think we're done for now. So let me add this tile set to the real game. Items. Items. Okay, before I hit update, I need to actually put that onto S3. So let me do that real quick. AWS S3 copy items to S3. Does its thing. All right. Update. Hey, there we go. So, just for fun, let me prototype here what the components would be. So if I wanted to put a sword right there, add an entity, and then I want to copy the tile. So let's grab this tile, go here, Delve, it's going to try to pick it up. You can't pick it up yet, it's just going to be for show. Depth 1, and what was the tile set again? 6562. Oh. I guess I have to be quicker. 6562. ID1 change true. Add. And now we have a whole bunch of people standing on top of it, so we can't see it. What if I always showed on top? Do I have to... oh, this wasn't set right. Shoot. I forgot I fixed that in testing, but I haven't pushed it to production yet. All these little... It does a JSON stringify twice, is the problem. Update. There we go. Now we got a sword there that no one can pick up. Did I make Liquid Robot crash already? I haven't even fully added it to the game. Okay, so the idea is that it'll have a new kind of component called item. So, and it'll have a type of sword, a quantity of 1, a durability of 3. Did I list anything else I wanted? Name. Well, if it's a named item. Okay, we'll give it a name. Name. Excalibur. There we go. And max quantity. MQ1. Add, and then do this thing where I do the update to get it to show up right. Where'd it go? Oh, it got sorted up to the top. Okay, so where did it disappear? Or are people just standing on top of it? It should be depth 99 though. Why did it disappear? That's funny. How come I can't see it? It should be on top. It's there for you, but not me. Maybe I need to refresh. Oh, there it is. There are some display bugs that I fixed in testing last night that had to do with sprites being added and removed. So, yeah. Anyway, the item exists in the game, but we can't pick it up. Hey, thanks for the sub, Kenkomatics. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your support. Was great getting a drink, so you didn't know? Yeah, so I crashed it by putting the sword in the game. Rock'em, Sock'em, Raimus, and Develop It are all standing on top of it. And then I guess that's Develop It bot who's coming in and out, right? Yeah. Sub benefits in the game? There will be. Once there's more game. Alright. Place the sword. Now, it's going to stay there until I deploy into the game the code that actually, the systems and stuff that will actually allow you to pick it up. So I'm going to shift to the development build and do the same thing here. And we'll just copy from here. So they find that sword. The tile set's going to be different. Let me pull in the tile set first. So add items. And then let's... Oh. Thank you for your generosity, Kenkomatics. Really appreciate that. So Develop It now can do the wave. You're awesome, Kenkomatics. I'm going to put a sword right here in the game. Add. Tile set 2363. Copied from here. 2363. That's not right. 2363. No, yeah, 2363. What am I doing? 2363. And then, why is this not? Why is this not working? 2363. There we go. Interesting that it doesn't pop up until I leave and come back, though. I thought I fixed that. Oh, I wonder if it didn't get applied the first time. Yeah, maybe. Incarnation of the old bot. What did I forget? Oh, yeah, so the waves, yeah. It was just that a whole bunch of people came in at the same time. Hey there, FP Jesta. You're asking, when you, or you said, when you, he said I'm going to put a sword right there, Kickmatics. He thought he was going to get a green sword. No, no, no. No, this is a sharp sword, sharp virtual sword in a game. Congratulations, develop it. You got that. You got that right. Unfortunately, it doesn't count because it's not MathBot. Okay. Item bug fixed. Bot not is dumb again. Look how fast Liquidor is to fix that. He already had the icon in there. Look at that. Very quick. I applaud you. Alright. The items in the game. Oh, well, there's a tile in the game. We need to give it meaning. So that's item. Add. Alright. Next is to give characters inventory slots and let them drop things into the world, and also I had this depth wrong. Oh, you know what? I think I know why it didn't pop up at first. I changed the code last night so that sprites don't actually repopulate unless they're marked as dirty. And they're not marked as dirty if you just simply use the editor here. So I need to fix that. I can fix it later, though. I don't think I need to do this at first. This is just more for convenience, so let me move this up in priority. And move this one down. I'll do that if I have extra time. Really, I just want give you space to pick it up, let you pick it up and drop it. And then I want it to be used in the game systems for destroying NPCs. Identify with the golem. You know when yeah. You'll be AFK for some time now, but you will come back later. Nice use of the waves. Bye, Kinkomatics. I don't think it's going to be that long, Liquidor, so the back-end work is really not that much, and you just need to add an array to the player component. So let me show you a player component by just logging in. Log in. Chickens is the password. Most awesome password in the world. Well, maybe Hunter 2 would be better, but chickens is good too. All right. So if I look at that entity, there's this player component, right? So I'm just adding another field to this object called items. So literally I can do it like this. I can give myself item slots. Items, well, it's string items, array, and then there we go. Now I have item slots. How many item slots do I have? How would I show that? Maybe each of these would be an object. Okay, I should just not edit here because the text is too small. Let me put it up here. And let me say that this is JSON. And then format it. Right, so items could be, these are the item slots, so entity null would be it's empty. Do I just want to have entities? Then it doesn't need to be an object. It can just be, the slots could be placeholders. So if I wanted to have like 4 item slots, I just do this. There, 4 item slots, done. I don't need to save that. Copy and paste it back into the game would be fine. Update. There we go. I have 4 item slots now. That's all I needed to do in the back end. So the front end would be to add the slots in the character panel. So that's, I guess we'll use this region here. In the admin tool, I'm using that region for the zones, so I can just put, instead of zones for normal players, I can put the inventory. Or maybe I don't want to use that much space on the right. Maybe push these up and put the inventory below that? Something like that? Above or below the arrows? Yeah. Nice one playing with scissors. Skizzers. Sorry. Slipped there. Slipped back into your old name. I apologize. Above or below arrows? I'm going to put them below, so I'm going to reduce this margin first. Find out where that was. Player console, source. How dare I? Yeah. I know, I slip. I'm slipping. Activities, panels, character panel. It's probably in the CSS, right? Movement buttons, margin top. Let's get rid of the margin top. What does it look like? No margin top. All right, and then, so we'll have a panel below that. This is inside of what? Character panel body, which is a flex row. Okay. Right, because I wanted the zoneless to the right of it. If I wanted it below, then I put it in the character panel, which is not a flex container at all. I don't need it to be a flex container. I can just add it here, right? And inventory doesn't exist for admins, or should it? Right now, there's no player, there's no entity at all for the admin, other than a temporary one for the camera, so I think it'd be too complicated right now to let the admin have items. Well, the other thing I decided yesterday is I'm going to change the label. So this affects Liquidor a little bit, but I think he already knows because I mentioned it in Discord. But I think it makes more sense to call myself the GM or Game Master, because that's a term used in Dungeons and Dragons, right? Or in role-playing games in general, rather than admin to be GM. So anyway, the GM won't have an inventory right now because there's no permanent entity. So I want inventory, but not for the GM. Const inventory equals is admin. If so, then there's no inventory. Otherwise, there's inventory. DM would be Dungeon Master. Well, GM is Game Master. Isn't it pretty much the same? I think GM I've heard from World of Warcraft. I don't know if they still have active GMs, but it used to be that they could walk around in game and they would be marked specially. Will you be doing item types, boots, rings, etc.? Yes. Yeah, so I'll have specialized slots. Right now, I'm just going to keep it simple. It'll just be generic inventory slots. And I don't know what style, whether it's WoW or Diablo. So I was probably going to start with something simple like what Minecraft has, where you have general inventory and then you have specialized slots like helmet, armor, boots, weapon slot. Why is admin hard-coded uniquely instead of having as a player? Because it's actually multiple connections to the server, and so and it bypasses a lot of the checks that normal player messages do. So it's a highly specialized access to the game. One thing I'll probably move towards is when I can give normal players elevated roles, I could assign my normal player account to have, basically full access. And then a lot of the things like the tile sets controls could be in normal players could use it if I gave them the permission. And so I could just do it from here, and then I'd have also access to pick up items and stuff. But the GM was supposed to be like ephemeral. In fact, I kind of felt that it should be invisible much of the time. And because it's basically like a god, move around whenever, do whatever you want, invincible, not participating in the game systems at all. Whereas a normal player, even if I was elevated to like have full access, I'm still subject to whatever game rules apply. Unless I were to turn those off, like have a special exception. You can attach a player account entity to an admin entity. Yeah, I could have the player have an admin flag or admin component, right? Yeah. Split the server controls in the admin player at one point. Originally, I had two different React apps, one for the admin and one for the player, but I found that there was so much in common that it made sense to fold them together. Because exactly what Liquidor was saying, I had lots of duplicated code. So if anything, I might merge the concept of GM into the player and actually have a permanent entity for the GM. And then I would be able to have inventory slots the way players do. I'm okay right now in the GM not having inventory slots because I'll just add tools to just permanently, like, boom, add an item, drop an item. I don't need an inventory, really. I could have just templates or things copied, pasted that I can just instantiate items wherever I want, right? Which window am I in? This one. All right. Inventory. How do I want to arrange this? Just like a simple grid? Maybe like what I did here? In fact, a lot like this. So let me look at the profile panel where I had this avatars thing. This was repeated in the tiles. I wonder if I should go ahead and make this a utility. This stuff. To show a tile. How would I do that? Maybe make this inner div a component with props of with the tile set number. This is hard coded. We have the tile sets available in the one of the reducers. Which one was it? I thought it was session. Tile sets. There we go. And that's used right now only in the middleware for the stage. I think it's here where I do it. It's asset. Is that the only thing I use from the tile set? Liquidor says just loop the size of the inventory and print the tile matching the item array. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just looking to see right now this div. I don't want to copy paste it again. I kind of want to make a component for it. I'm just thinking, do I need to pull any of this out? I put quite a big margin here. I shouldn't. I've been meaning to get rid of this too. This these toasts for whenever you change that. Anyway, actually it's easier, I guess, to show it from here. How did I do the margins on either of those? Okay, where's tiles used? Here. Tile set tiles, is that how it's styled? That's interesting. That's not in the CSS. So where is that? Oh, and put in the main index. All right, here we go. Padding and margin right. Let me verify that. Yep, there's the margin. Actually, if I just mouse over it. Margin 15 pixels, padding 5. So... do I want the padding? I don't think I want the margin per se. I only put the margin in there to make it... actually, I don't know why I put the margin in there. I don't really need it. What would it look like without the margin? Let me see. Just remove that margin. Yeah, I don't need the margin. Should I still keep the padding and then that way there's some... I haven't decided yet, so I think I'll just make different CSS for it. So let's pull this in here. You can remove the margin in the inspector on the right. Yeah, but I can also edit it here and it instantaneously shows here. For some reason, I'm more comfortable doing it that way. It does show up somewhat live. It just takes a moment. But I don't have to relog in or anything. All right, let's pull this up into character panel. Did I miss any of the chat? I saw the void in and I didn't wave. By the way, hello, the void. I saw the message about attaching an admin component to the player object, right? You said object, but I read that as component. To me, it's the same thing. Separate functionality, yeah. Attach a random player to myself and see its inventory as if it was yours. That's if I put the... well... the attaching... the way I do the attachment in my entity component system is a little bit different. It's by attaching components to an entity. So I can't attach entities to other entities directly. I'm thinking about it doing indirectly by putting them here. But I guess to map what you're saying to attach a random player, I could, under the admin entity, click. So I have a camera, position, and tile. I could add a, not a player component, but I could add an admin component in which the value of the admin component could be attached player and then an entity number. And then I could use that in the tools here to show the inventory of the attached player. I could even teleport to that attached player. It could be like a spectator feature where your camera locks to the attached player, perhaps. Six points, those are rookie numbers? Who had 6 points? Oh, in my test environment? Yeah, I only have 6. I don't even know why I have points at all. I must have been playing with the point system at some point. All right. I have the CSS. I was going to paste it right here. I'm going to call it inventory tiles. Yeah, I'm going to leave the margin out, and let's put a permanent white border around them all. white. There's no selection per se. Okay, so that's the style. Let me copy now. Why do I have that window still? Oh, I was playing around with that. I can keep that up. Profile. I just realized we don't have access to what our inventory is in the front end. The admin can query it, but the player doesn't get it, so I'll have to add a back-end mechanism for it. I can hack it for now, just for testing. So we'll add the reducer shape. We'll add the state shape first. That's what we'll do in this session. We'll have inventory. Inventory. And what should it show? It actually should be all the information the backend will tell us about every slot. And the reducer doesn't even need to care what's in there. It just knows it's an array, right? And what kind of actions would I need? An initial inventory dump. And then, I guess, messages whenever any particular slot changes. I'll just keep it simple with 2 actions. So, let's put the actions in. Right, so for example, tile sets I did added remove, so it's like inventory and inventory updated or something. And then, here we go. So I just need 2 of them. Inventory. Inventory updated. That goes right here, doesn't it? Case, actions, inventory, and inventory updated. All right. This one's easy. It's just inventory state or action inventory. And the next one is a little bit more complicated. I think what I'll do is have a map. So this will do a state inventory map. And then we'll get, I think the way this works is it's slot and then index. And we're supposed to produce what goes back into that slot, right? That's weird how it intended. Why did it do it that way? That's funny. Makes me think I have a misalignment somewhere else. The void says, that's kind of what you're saying. The admin is not a player, but it can be attached to any player, and it has its own default player to which it can return, so it's like a ghost soul. Isn't it interesting? Oh, you can separate functionality. I like that idea. Let me, what do you say? Spin that around in my head. Oh, I waved, but I meant to give you a point. I'll spin that around in my head for a while. I like that idea. Oh. Well, right now, the admin is completely independent of all players, but the void's idea, I believe, I understand it right, is that it can be merged in a sense with an actual player account, so that if I wanted, I could test out the rules. Like right now, I have to have 2 windows up, one for the admin and the other one for a player, just because they have slightly different user interfaces. What if the admin could attach to a player and then the controls now are actual player controls? And then in addition to that, I would have there's this missing profile thing. I would be able to have access to that. And then the character panel would have the inventory here. It could also be down here for the attached player, right? Yeah, right now all the admin actions do have their own API, and they go through the same kind of WebSocket interface anyway. So it wouldn't be too much work to like merge the account nature, for lack of a better term, with an actual player account. Yeah, right now it's completely separate. The GM, this should say GM, is really, at all intents and purposes, a ghost. There is no substance. When I step on an NPC, nothing happens, right? Because I have no player component. And I can disappear just by removing my own tile, but I can still move because I'm moving the camera. So, anyway, I think I've talked too much about it. All right. So, if I got this right, is it? It's not slot index. It's slot index, right? Let me get my manual out to make sure I got it right. Dev docs. Dark mode, please. That's interesting. Why? Isn't this backwards? This is not the dark theme. That's the light theme. That's the dark theme, but it's off. Oh well. Toggles. Bug in the toggle, I guess. Okay. Map. I wanted to make sure I understood this. Yeah, so the second one is the index, right? Okay, so that's index. The idea is that the action will have an index in it, and will say, actually it's like this. Index equal action index. If true, then we're building a new thing from the action. Otherwise, we're just repeating the slot. So the slot, if it's updated, will be I guess fill in from, well, it'll be an object, right? So just action dot item or slot. There we go, something like that. Hey there, bug found. How are you doing today? That Liquidor says that's what you're referring to earlier, use an actual player instead of that ghost. But I also like the idea of being able to detach from one player, attach to a different player. Because, for example, let's say a player needed help. I could attach the admin nature to another player who's already logged in, and then let them control the player while I can do stuff like manipulate their inventory, teleport them around easier, you know, get them unstuck, or give them an item a lot easier. See their inventory, see what's going on with their account. So then, but then when I'm done, like detach from that player and then either wander around as a ghost or attach to a different player. So I guess it's both. You both had ideas, and I'm kind of trying to incorporate the essence of both into it because they're all good ideas. All right, that should do it for updating our state in Redux for an inventory, and I just need to connect that from the back end and also draw it. So for now, let me just hack it. We'll pretend that we have a sword. So the initial, and we'll have a sword in the second slot. So we'll have the first slot be empty. So that would be how did I do it? I think I'm just gonna put the contents of the item component directly into the slot. That makes sense, right? So it would be D. What was D again? Durability. So let's have a null, and then an actual item here. That's max quantity, and then name That should just be an N, shouldn't it? Just keeping it short. Excalibur. Quantity 1. Type sword. And then have, oh, and I need to add to that. I need to merge in some of the tile information. It just really needs the tile set and the tile ID. T's may be ambiguous. So what if I do type? I can afford a few characters. Tile set, and then I'm hacking it in, so I'm just gonna hack in the same. Oh, this one, 2363, and then tile 1. There we go. So I've hacked in an inventory. Liquidor says, oh wait a minute. The Void said, well, you got your idea 100% right. Oh, that's good. Liquidor said, never mind. We're all roughly talking about the same thing. Just meant that using the ghost and adding the duplicate code to it, use the player instead. Yeah. So I'd reuse the player code. Just I would have enhanced abilities because it'd have also the admin API as well. Let the control panel be invisible in on itself. Only appear if you connect with your player. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. Okay. Add that in here. Extra code on my special ghost account. Yeah. I'm hearing a noise and I'm wondering. Oh, no, it's my green screen. I thought it was the cat or the dog making a noise. Okay. Anyway, this now there are slots. We have to do something with it. Like I just want to have the same kind of map that I had in the profile panel here, right? I didn't really like how it did that though. I think this is actually kind of foolish. I should have just used a map with 2 arguments. Well, I don't know why I did it this way. Oh, that's because there was no backing array. So this one, and there is one, right? To get it into React land, I gotta map it though. Inventory, state, session, inventory. That's the first non-admin state that we have, actually. Inventory. Oop, this is out of order. How did that get there? All right. Avatar control, zone list, inventory. I probably should break this out into subcomponents. Inventory map. Slot index. Do I actually need the index? I don't think I do, actually. So just slot to something. This essentially. I'm gonna have to get the correct tile set out. So how do I do that here? It was like asset or something, right? Yeah, this thing. Let me just pull this out instead. And this was better rather than hard coding the 32. Right, because I had this from constants. I should fix the other place too. That's a local constant. Whoops. So it's not the selected. So I have to actually find the tile set's information. And I forget how that's structured. Let me cheat and look at it here. Redux. What's that face technically? Is that the I'm not sure what I did. Did I do something wrong? I'm missing context, making me nervous. Okay, state. What was I looking at? Oh, the tile sets. That's session tile sets, right? Yeah, so it's an array. We have to find things in an array by ID. Okay. Hey there, sad fella. Did I say you're such a slut? I probably just slurred my words and I meant to say something else. Hey there, sad fella. Okay, the slot has a tile set field, but it's an entity number, and we have to find the corresponding tile set from that. So I think I'm just going to make a function for that. Just put it here. Tile set asset. Tile set ID. So it's const tile set equals, and we're going to need to import the tile sets too then. So bring them in. Bring in tile sets here. Oh, wrong place. Here. Can you see the admin panels for a second? I want to suggest something with your elite MS Paint skills? Sure. Aw, snap. Yeah, I don't know why that happens. Here's the admin. Well, here's one of them. There's that. There's this one for looking at entities. And there's the tile set painting one, which they're kind of similar. They have two areas. Both of them have this selectable row table thing that I've been developing. So what specifically? Are you trying to get screenshots of one of these? There's also the golem panel and this associated channel list thing. Snaps up a whole markup of CSS. Well, all of the CSS and JavaScript is distributed with the app, so technically you could hack your own client to see these panels. It's just that you won't get any data filled from the server from it. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really secret in the front end tool. It's all you have to have authorization to access the data in the back end. You let me know if I didn't show it. Well, there's also these other things you probably don't care about. And actually, what version is everything running? So nothing crashed, otherwise it would have reverted back. That's good. Delete. No! I shouldn't do that because I don't have a confirm dialog. That would be bad. I'd have to recover it from an old snapshot. Okay. Hopefully you got hopefully you got the screenshots you need. Tile set is tile sets find tile set where or tile set dot ID. Is that what it was? ID equals tile set ID. Alright, now what if there isn't any? So if tile set then return tile set asset. Else what are we going to return? I guess we're returning the avatars, which is the fallback grandfathered in tile set asset. So then this is this slot.ts. And then ID is tile set, no, it's slot.tile. And I'm not going to allow selecting them. So I'll remove that. And then the key is what? I don't have an ID. I do have an index though. I should just use that. So slot index. Index. So this should be like on drop item. And just the inventory slot index, right? So let's have that ready to go. That ought to be a command to the game. Yeah, so we'll just make that directly an action. slot index. Or slot index. Dispatch actions. Drop inventory. Let's call this on drop inventory item. Slot index. Set this up, this action to go. It won't actually be handled yet. Okay, now I hear the cat scratching at the window, or the door, so... Unless one of my kids goes and rescues him... Oh, my kids are letting the door open for him. So he's saved from having to do a face cam reveal today. Unless he wants to show up on camera. I don't think he cares. Drop inventory item. Developer said, well, I made a bot which waves to every new person in chat, but forgot that it should ignore the bot itself, so it kept waving to itself. But there's no one else in game for it to wave to. Does it wave to your... How does it waving? In chat? Today is the day of reckoning. Everything is here. I'm not sure... Oh, for your PC. Well, good luck and have fun setting it up. Twitch bot. Oh, I'm confused. Liquidor versus Develop It. So Develop It has a Twitch bot. Liquidor has a game bot. Sorry. Why do I get your names confused? Similar number of letters? I have no idea. My apologies. Drop inventory item will not do anything, but I want it to be on drop inventory item. Okay, cool. So it should show it in my inventory now if I got it right. It says it's not... Oh yeah, because it needs to be in one more place. Right here for React. Duplicate declaration inventory. Oh, right, because inventory is also the name of the prop. Let's call this inventory slots. Inventory slots. Okay, now, oh, Kitty's yelling at me. Maybe he does want to show up on screen. It is null. Oh, right, because some of the slots are null. I'm not handling that right. So I need to have this conditional, don't I? I can just make this a functional thing, so make inventory slot. Slot. Const. Whoa, inventory slot. And then this goes in here, but only if the slot is not null. And also I can take the opportunity of looking up the asset. So if not slot, return null. Const asset equals tile this thing. If not asset. Well, it'll always return something, so maybe I don't need to worry about that. So I can maybe reduce this to this. Slot. Then return this. How did it do that? There, I wanted that. I didn't get the end of it. Liquidor said, oh, hold on, missed a bit. Can't hear the kitty at least. Well, he was pretty loud. Yeah, the mic has got a good distance roll off, so you can't hear it, and also have a noise gate on there. Liquidor said, so building upon what the Voids talked about, you could be logged in as GM. Whenever you need to appear in the real world, you could select a player to log in while in the real world. With this UI, the second row would become the game controls for the character. Ah, okay. Yeah, we could do something like that. This could also be reversed codewise. The admin controls and God functions on the map are only enabled if you have the permissions. That's kind of how it is now. Only the admin right now is missing a player, missing a persistent entity completely. But if it was coded in that direction, it would be difficult to detach your player from the admin panel, I guess. Kenkomatics is back. I forgot. Where did you go? You didn't say. You just said you'd be AFK. But you're back. Welcome back. What did it not like about this? Got something wrong. Oh, wait a minute. What's wrong here? You forgot? Oh yeah, I did. You're right. Actually, I think this just was supposed to be like this. And then I forgot this. Oh, that, I see. That, this should have been there. So then that became that. Now what? Oh, I don't have an alternate. There we go. Inventory slot. Okay, let's see what it did. Oh, it's down here and I have gold. I should have had a sword. What did I do wrong? The cat's wandering the house now complaining. 1, 2, unless, did I get off by one problem? This might need to be offset by 1. Profile panel, right? I think this counted from 0. That's a problem. So +1 or -1. Okay, there's my sword, but it's way down there. Is that because this thing is just filling up the... Yeah, it's got a huge bottom margin. Let's pull this out. Right, that's the inventory. Oh, it's a flex column and this is set to grow. I really don't want it to, though. Actually, what I really want is... what do I want? I don't know yet. Hold on a second. Missing some chat, too. You put arrows below everything else? Don't know why, but these are the only buttons usable with keys anyway. Yeah, I'm not too attached to it. I think I made this one grow because I wanted this zone list to occupy all of this, and I wanted to the right of the button. So maybe what makes sense is to have... It's a layout problem, isn't it? I think I will put it below, so I'll combine it with that div. So it kind of goes in with this. So another div here. What do we call it? Character panel. body left. Come over here, cat. You can be in the. You can be on TV. And then put the inventory slots there. Movement buttons. Right. I think this will work. And then get rid of the margin. The bottom margin. I don't know if I actually need any style on that thing. Let me see. There we go. Okay, maybe a little bit of margin. How about 20 pixels? And let's put in a header of some kind. So which means this should be a fragment in which we put that as code, but above that some kind of header, inventory. Stop your bot, it kills the poor NPCs. Yeah, Liquidor's bot is ruthless. Make the direction controls to be semi-transparent overlay over the map. Yeah, that would help for mobile, wouldn't it? So for mobile, the problem is right now the screen is so small, you can't actually get to the movement keys. And the chat you can't get either. So when I'll definitely need to do that for mobile stuff. What I was thinking about doing actually was, you wouldn't use these buttons per se, but if you just click left of your character or right of your character or above or below or touch if it's a touch screen, then it would move in those directions. And then if I wanted panels like this, instead of being on the right, they would like you're saying, they would be semi-transparent, or they would overlay on maybe the right hand side, and they would be only if you pop them out, and that would be this row would instead be a column on the right, and you tap on one of these buttons and it would pop it out like a pop out panel, and then if you hit it again it would collapse it, something like that. NPCs are saved? I don't know, what kind of shenanigans are going on in the game right now? Do you have it so that Liquidor bot goes into a peaceful mode and not destroying NPCs? Because right now he just seems to be wandering around randomly. Uh-oh, now he's ruthless again. Is it when they get too close? Develop its intent on picking up that sword as soon as I enable it in the game. Okay, the border didn't show up here. Is that because I had the wrong style? Probably have the wrong... I don't have the style at all. Hold on. What did I do in the profile panel? Where is the style applied? Oh, on the parent div. So what did I do here? I don't have a parent div. Well, I guess I'll make one. Divs within divs within divs. So turns out I don't need that. I just need something to group these two together vertically. I guess I'll keep this class in case I need it, but otherwise I don't need to list it here. All right, and then it was inventory tiles is the name for this one up here. Divs within divs within divs. All right, and that's a problem in that their size is not fixed. Oh, I need to have that at least, so it can't just be null. but it'll be an empty div, so no background image. There we go. Now that's starting to look like inventory slots. What I would like to do actually is to not left click, but well, left click ought to either hover or left click ought to show you some information about the item. I think what I'll do actually is when you hover over it, well, hold on. Maybe if you tap it, it shows a pop-up to the left saying what the item is. Or if you hover, if it's a mouse. Drop, I want to make like a right click. Right now it's context menu, so I need to figure out how to turn off the context menu. I did that at one point, right? I forgot how I did it. Look it up again, I guess. JavaScript disable context menu. Got a context menu package to use as well. That's true, but it's not that kind of menu. I'm what more of like a pop-up information thing that automatically disappears when you move away or you tap again. So slightly different from that. Yeah, it's like a tooltip. Yeah, I have the tooltips too. Popovers, they all mean the same thing, right? I want to disable. Is that how you do it? On context menu? Actually, I guess I can do whatever I want, right? So I can just put them here. On what? The overall div? Actually, a better way to do this would just to be have style. Let style equals this. Actually, this. And I shouldn't have 32 in there either. This should be tile size pix, isn't it? And I should say if slot, then style dot these things, right? And then I just return the div with style equals style. And then here I can attach the on context menu. And then we can say where was the oh, I had a click handler down here. Why did it do that? I don't know why I did that. Why did I do it there? Oh, this is repeated. I don't need a div in both places. So what if I just do this? Let's fix this for now to get rid of that coloration problem. I should just do that, right? Oh no, I needed the key, so it makes more sense to do it there. So that means I should try to combine them though. What if I pass the index here? And then I can move the key there. And the context menu as well, and that really does this, right? And it has to return false. And then just have the do this slot index. No semicolon. and we can afford to do... what's the best way to wrap this? Like this? Suppose. Liquidor said, different behavior, but it can look the same for tooltips, popovers, etc. Do you want drag and drop later too? There's a good package for that since it's dreadful for React to implement. Yes, actually I thought about that last night. That in addition to like a right click to drop, I'd like to left click and drag would be to move things around in the inventory or to other inventories. Like if you have a container open, it might show it to the left or the right or something. You can drag between them, or just to drop it in game. So it has filters that you can use for slot types versus item types. The types parameter of drop target components can be used to filter if you can drop onto that target. So it's React D&D. I'll look at that later. Thank you, Liquidor. Yeah, I'm not going to do that today because it's too much work. Just going to get something simple. Yeah, if it has everything, I'll look and do it. I'll research that. Thank you. Oops, wrong window. This one. So the inventory disappeared on me. Oh, I didn't do it right. It should be an inventory slot. Huh, what happened there? I get this wrong somehow? What's going on there? It was working. Hold on. Background position X is 0. I messed something up. So what? Gotta go? Okay, see it, develop it. Player, no, what was it? It was profile panel, right? Where was it? Here it is. No repeat. Image is correct. So why is it showing it like not offset right? Whereas these are. Is it the style of the outer one? Versus the inner one here? Is that why I needed 2 divs? No? Oh, it is. It had to be a div inside a div because of the padding issue. That's why I had 2 divs. So I can just put it in here. Outer div had the padding on it, right? Right. Oh, I did it that way. Okay. Yes, I'm also doing it that way here. This way. Okay. Yeah, I need to have 2 divs, but the outer one can just be empty. And that's to handle the padding. Divs within divs. For that trick to work with the background. Position X and repeat. There we go. Alright. Right click. Didn't do the right thing. So that context menu thing isn't right. Unless it needs to be on the outer one. It should actually already be. It should be on the outer one anyway. Let's put it on the outer. The key should also be on the outer one, right? That style should be on the inner. That should be there. That's probably not the problem, though. Hey, Krasner. Mernin. Mernin. Hope I'm saying that right. He's reached his quota playing with Skizzers, but I hadn't, so I can say Mernin. You're seriously moderating multiple chats at the same time? Oh, playing with Skizzers is the moderation god. So you're watching me and Adam at the same time? You're catching all of the trolls? Any trolls today in Adam's channel? Yeah, Skizzers is pretty good at it. Okay, obviously the trick I thought I was doing to stop the context menu is not working. I don't know how I would see that here either. It's not in CSS. It's in event listeners, I think. Context menu. Is this it? The closure within... I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't know. Skizzers, do you listen to both of our audios? It must be kind of weird sometimes if we happen to, just by coincidence, say things that sort of complement each other. Like, if he says chickens and I say chickens at the same time, that would be kind of fun. I'd have to actually watch Adam at the same time. Would that cause the internet to break, Skizzers, if I just started watching Adam? Then you'd hear Adam and Adam delayed in different ears? Yeah, we were both talking about chickens at the same time? Yeah, so what happens if I start watching Adam now? Actually, the audio will be muted for you guys. What's he working on right now? He's looking at the attack rating for unranked battles. Mr. Pug. All right. I have to think about something fun to do with that. All right. Context menu not working. I guess I need to research why. Prevent default. Okay. So I get an event. So it probably was going in my on-click handler. Yep, okay. I don't want to disable it everywhere, just over the inventory slots. And I don't have any handler for it yet. Let me add a handler. That will go to a middleware somewhere. Stage? No. Well, maybe. It really shouldn't go to stage, should it? Need new middleware. Maybe it's time to add a new piece of middleware. Let's add a new piece of middleware. So we'll call this How come the rename is not working? Now it's all gray. I don't know. What to call it? Just inventory. So let's just clean it out here. And I will have one thing in it. Forgot to save that. It's drop inventory item. And it has, why is this sorted wrong? It has an action which contains a slot index in it, and I need a get state. And right now let's just do a console log. Would have dropped slot. Well, if I use backticks, this would work. Actually, let's just say would have dropped something. And then just do slot index. Then I don't need these yet. And then let's clear the rest out. Handlers is drop inventory item. And connected into the, I forget the name of it, in the, where is it? Index.js? Yeah. Alphabetically goes here. Import inventory from middleware inventory. Did I export that? I did. Okay, so it's just included here. Doesn't matter where. And then we have inventory. Easy peasy. Ramey's watching both streams too? No. Skizzer says work from home and it's working hours for you, but you're not working on the task your company told you to. You're on strike because they assigned you a task you find really, really annoying? Shouldn't take you more than 30 minutes, but taking the whole day? Ah. Well, hopefully your boss isn't in chat. Or watching this VOD. Would have dropped something. 1, 2, 0. Okay, good. So, I guess we can go ahead and finish. Well, let's develop this a little bit more. I already had this inventory find, right? Didn't I have a find? I didn't. Okay, so we need to get the slot. Actually, it's just indexing it, right? Get state. Const slot equals get state session inventory slot index. So let's just log that now, just incrementally here. Would have dropped something. The sword named Excalibur. That would be bad if we dropped it. Alright. I just turn around and make a send to the game then, I think. Send to game. Message drop inventory item. And then yeah, it's just simple, right? Item. Slot. Hey there, Vacadev. Alright, so the game won't know what to do with that yet, but that's fine. Dispatch does need to be a parameter here. So when I drop it, the game will say it doesn't know what that meant, right? Oh, interesting. I didn't see that. Did it not dispatch it? Oh, there it is. It was there, I just didn't see it. Unrecognized drop inventory. Now, if I click on it shouldn't drop it if there's nothing in the slot. So we should say if not slot return. Oh, the game knows what, so I don't need the entire thing. I just need to know the slot index, right? Yeah. So clicking on that should do nothing, but clicking on that should say we would have dropped something. Okay, good. Okay, cool. What's next? Well, thank you, Vacadev. Good luck with it. Yep. So we had an array of items. We're showing it in the character panel. So there's my nifty sword. And right click should drop into the world, but I need to do the back end part of that. And then G or a button to pick up the item at your current position. I can add the button and do the mapping now, I guess. Let's just add a button underneath the movement keys. So character panel. Actually, let's rename inventory slots to be items. Well, item controls. And then I can add it directly here. I can add the button here. Thanks for the follow, Kaiser. It was in the wrong window. Oh, you meant to go to Adam's channel? Wouldn't dare being in two chats. Definitely dare doing task hate slowly. Wait a minute. Let me read that again. The wouldn't dare was for being in two chats. You definitely dare doing tasks you hate slowly. I see. Excuse me. I just need a button. I have a movement button, right? Can I just steal that? Yeah, here we go. Steal the movement button, paste it here, and let's rename it. Wow, that's long, so let me do that to it. And this will be pick up item. Let's do a no breaks. Let's do this more intelligently. No break space there. Class name. I don't think I need any classes for this thing. And this will be I guess I don't need a mouse up. I just a mouse down, right? So pick up item. So I can reduce that to that. Make it a prop. Fold this because it's short, it's small enough. Leave it like that. No, this should be indented. There we go. Pick up item, prop. Map it to an action in Redux. Dispatch, actions, pick up item. Good morning, Mr. Luppickle. Puny bottle. Adam laughs at it. Yeah, I don't have an Adam bottle. Although I thought about getting one. Actually, my kids have bottles that big. I don't want to rip off from Adam's channel. That's his thing to have the big bottle. Pick up item. I need to find my own gimmicks, you know? Like the golem chasing Cthulhu around. I think that's why Cthulhu's not in here right now. He's scared of my bot. Pick up item. Let's have that route to the inventory system. Pick up item. And just have that here. We just need a dispatch. Send an command to the game. Pick up item. There we go. Easy peasy. So what does that look like? Pick up item. Let's add some margin. What was this inside of, actually? Computed? Is that what I want? No, I want styles. Oh, that didn't have any style for it, did it? This did, though. Right, it's just going to grow to fill the whole vertical space. This one I should probably make a flex container or a grid or something. Well, no. I can just do a rule that not first child has a top margin, and that would fix it, right? So, character panel body left. Actually, kind of like this, right? Character panel body left, not first child margin top. There we go. Now gave me some breathing room. Okay, that should have gone to the game. Unrecognized pickup message. And then I want to have a keybind do the same thing. So, like G for get. Keybinds were in the stage middleware here. Key down, right? Yeah. I think it's here. So move keys. Yeah, so there's a special move. So I guess the G key is what we would do, right? Oops. Let's put it here. If E key code is the G key, then let's just replicate what we had here. On pickup item. And that is, oh wait, this is in middleware, so I can just do this directly. Return. There we go. So now the G key should do the equivalent. So G, pickup message. Good. All right. So I'm approaching the point where I need to actually do backend work, because that should pick up the item and put it in my inventory. And then when I right click, it should drop it. Whoa, where'd that guy go? Is that a bug? Seemed to vanish. Oh, he went through the portal. And he ended up down here. I'm like, I was watching him, and then he vanished, and I forgot that there's an invisible portal there that puts me down here. And I just killed him. Oops, sorry about that. Anyway, yeah, so what else do I do in the front end here? I think I don't need to do anything more, right? I need to implement drop and pick up. So to the front end we go. Now, how will these work? I think they'll go directly into the entity component system. So the way I did movement, the start move, I should just look how I did that. Player input. Let's look for that. Here we go. Here's the unit test for player input. So let me just copy this and we'll make a test for dropping an item. All right, so ECS drop item. And it's drop inventory item, more specifically. So it'll end up doing that, and it'll be item and then an index. So item, let's just do the same thing we were doing before. So 1 will be the second slot. Your bot now has chat commands, and this is your in-game bot, right? Oh, so when it follows people around, it annoys them? Liquidor, where are you? Girl, I hate these monsters, but okay, here we go hunting. Yeah, it's funny. Oh, it responds to you? Only to you, though. I guess, not me. I should be GM. While I'm at it, let me assume my final form. 3760. 10. There I am. There's my final form as a tiger. There's a bit of lag right now. I hope the lag doesn't get too terrible, because then I'd have to maybe switch to UDP protocol instead of doing everything in TCP. Okay, I'm gonna go hide in the bushes over here. Watch, you won't be able to see me. I'm invisible. Doesn't recognize me as a player. It used to, but you fixed it, right? Yeah. Oh, so it won't step on him, and just step next to him? 3/4 second delay, yeah. I was worried about that. So if everyone else is seeing like a huge delay in the game's input, I'll probably have to move to UDP. I've started thinking about how to do that and what the security implications would be, but I haven't really thought through it completely yet. All right, drop inventory item. So that means I have to have a player with an inventory, so that's what this sort of setup, right? Create an entity, set that as the character, create an... Okay, I don't need an input though, I just need a player. And the player will have all the necessary things in it. I guess this is it, right? Hold on. Aha. Here's where that's what I wanted. Yeah, let's do that. Then it's a little cleaner, I think. Rami says, I think that's just mostly because you're legitimately far away from me. You'd have such a ping to any, but 750 milliseconds is a lot, don't you think? The holding and releasing movement keys, I have seen other problems with that. I think that's a little buggy as it is. I need to work on that too. That's a good idea, Liquidor. Then I can get people to tell me what their ping is like. Oops, I did a wave and I meant to point to you. There we go. Yeah, there is that default ping and pong thing. Wouldn't be too hard to do. Yeah, if I did UDP, it wouldn't be WebSockets anymore. I would just have to figure out how to... I would just make sure it's secure, right? Someone actually asked me on one of my YouTube VOD exports from Twitch, the one where I was working on transport layer security, they're asking me if I would just show them how to do it with UDP. And at the first I didn't know what they're talking about, and I looked it up, and like, in fact, there is a proposal to do transport layer security, but on UDP packets, and it's like just extending the normal TLS to work with UDP, and it looked interesting. So the lag is just all in my code then, probably, right? The WebSocket stuff or the TLS or something like that. So if I move to UDP without a whole bunch of overhead, that would be the best I would hope for, right? Is 20 something milliseconds, which is awesome. What my experience has been like on World of Warcraft is that even with the ping is as bad as like 200-300 milliseconds, it's still playable. FPS, of course, would be horrible, but a game like this would probably be okay with 100-200 milliseconds. But when you get to 750 milliseconds, then it kind of gets annoying when you want to like navigate your character through corners like these, right? You'd have to like click and wait for it to move, and then release, and then click the other direction, then release. It would get pretty annoying. Talking about everything or just movement? Maybe just movement. Like, that's what I'd probably start with. I would keep the WebSocket for everything, and just everything that needs good response, I would move to UDP. Something like that. You know, unless I find it's really simple to move everything to UDP, then I just do that. Yeah. All right, back to the unit test I go. I don't really need these, do I? I just need, this is important. I think I'm just adding the items then, right? So, inventory. Then how did I have this set up here? Don't need that. Just look at him. Items. Is that what I want to call it? Items? And I should pre-fill the hacked in items, shouldn't I? While I'm at it. Let me do that. I had hacked the initial shape in the reducer, right? Yeah, this one. So let's take that item. Actually, it's the same as what I had sitting around here, right? So maybe I'll just leave it all null. The only thing hacked is that you actually have 4 inventory slots. For now. That's fine. We'll keep that hack in there. So now I'm going to lose my sword. Interesting. I don't... Oh, that's the wrong window. Yeah, I lost my sword, but the goal is that I should be able to pick this one up in a minute. Okay, so this, we need to make the key matching. So, const has to match what I had so far in the front end items. And it's going to be a JSON array. And we'll put null in these the first and the last slot. Hold on a second. Dog barks whenever someone comes by to visit. This will be a entity. Right, so it should just be the sword. We have to make a sword entity. Let's call this player entity. Right, so we'll need to create another object for the sword entity. That's the player entity. Okay. What do I really care about here? Doesn't need to be anything in particular. It could just be something, and this shouldn't be player. This should be item. Actually, it doesn't even, I don't even need to, it really doesn't even need to be anything. It could just be foo bar. Something in there. Actually, I can even make it an empty object. Why even have something in there when I don't need it? So there's a sword. It doesn't care what's in it. It's just that this entity is referred from this entity's component, and then when we tell it to drop that item, it should appear in the world. So that means I need to give the player a position. Yes, this stuff. So create a position for the player entity. Doesn't matter, right? 2, 3. Right, they drop the item. We should expect, right, an ECS action of add component, right? It's supposed to, it should add, actually it should add, what it should do is it should add a position to the item, and it should remove the item from the player's inventory, right? So that's, did I call it add component? I forget. I did. No, I didn't. What did I call it? It's obviously not add component. I would find that in the executor, ultimately. On ECS create component. Yes. There'll be a create component of position on the sword entity. Basically, put it in the world. And it should also have a tile, right? Oh, this should have a tile as well. Tile. And does it matter what I put here for the tile? Actually, you know, it doesn't matter. It could be an invisible item for all I care in this test, right? It just needs to have a position added. And its component... It's not mode of modify. Hold on, let me search for this. Yes. There we go. Alright, so it is a position for the sword entity. And it should have the same position, but and here I get to decide what depth I want it to be. What depth should an item go to? I think it should go on top of the highest thing on that position. So probably I need to establish that. Well, we have established that the player is there. I think we should ignore players and we should stack things on top of the background so that I'll just make it 1 right now. 1. But if we dropped another item, it should go onto depth 2, I think. We should probably put players at a higher depth so that they always show up on top of items, right? That's a problem for later. So we need 2 actions because it needs to create that component for the sword, but it also needs to modify the component for the player. So it's modify component of type player, player entity. Oh, I shouldn't use that template. I should use another test that does a modify component, this stuff. Modify component type player, player entity. The delta will be that the items changes to an array that doesn't have that sword in it anymore. And I didn't want to hard code it. I wanted to, let's just copy this. So it had the sword in it before, now it won't. There's our test. There's our drop item. I can totally see problems I'm going to run into unless I do caching, because if you drop the item and then you quickly try to drop it again, it'll actually create 2 swords in the world. Well, no, it won't really. It'll just place it in the world twice. Actually, we're still okay then. I don't want... I want to avoid problems where, like, items get duplicated by accident. This won't duplicate the item because it really doesn't add an item. It just puts it in the world and then takes it out of your inventory. One problem might be if 2 people try to pick it up at the same time, it would be removed from the world twice, but then it would be put into 2 different players' inventories. So that's something I have to worry about. So the Void said, moving to UDP is not the best solution. It will still have high ping. That's why you have regional servers for games. But what you could do is draw the result as if the operation already succeeded and cancel if the server disallowed it. That's true, except for right now the move cooldown is faster than the lag. So I would have to interpolate multiple moves, right? I guess I could do that. It's just more work. But yeah, you're right, Void. The Void. giving you more useless points. So I can do some of that, and what have I been calling? I've been calling it client-side prediction, but yeah, interpolation, lag compensation, they're all kind of the same thing, right? And hi there, Bob the Potato, 2100. How are you doing? The voice says, that would require the same logic on the client side as the server side. Yeah, exactly. That's why I've been calling it client-side prediction. Yeah, exactly. I'll try to do some of that. What would be cool is if the UDP did get the ping down, then maybe I wouldn't have to worry about it as much. If they drop and reload the page at the same time, they duplicate the item by canceling the logging logging in and out has no effect on the ECS actions that are queued. Thanks for the follow, Sporty Film. So what this does is it queues these actions for the game to perform, to execute, and it can't be undone. And if it's so I was worried about if it's done twice. If it's done twice for one player, it's no big deal because the second time it'll have no effect. The two cases that I do need to worry about are if two people try to pick up the items at the same time, and also if someone tries to pick it up when someone else is dropping it, the item could be could the item get destroyed by accident? There are these corner cases I got to worry about. What program am I using? This is VS Code. And this is just the development tool for the code. But I'm, if you want to know what I'm working on, oops, I didn't mean to do it all in caps, but it's an online RPG, and you can log into it here. And it kind of looks like that. And here's the real game here. It's inspired by the old Ultima series, so it's a top-down 2D tile pixel art. And it's multiplayer, so there's in-game chat. You can see other people in-game. These are two different players. One of them is a bot, obviously, a program by this player. And there are test NPCs. You just saw the bot go out there and vanquish that NPC. I'm working today on adding items to the game. So there's a sword right there. It's just a prop. Can't touch it yet, and I'm working on the code to allow you to pick it up. So yeah, let me know if you have any other questions. The backend for the game is all in C++, so this is a unit test for a new feature where you can drop an item from your inventory. And the front end, which you run in the web browser, is all in JavaScript, and it sends requests to the game through a WebSocket, and they look like this. JSON objects, type drop inventory item 1 would be to drop whatever you have in this second slot, because it's zero-based. So that whenever I click that, it's sending this message to the game server, and then this test that I'm building is to verify that the game does what's expected. If you had a sword in that slot, and you ask the game to drop it, it should remove the sword from your inventory and place the sword in the world. And whenever you see ECS, it's Entity Component System, and the way I do Entity Component System, every object in the game has a unique integer identifier. That's what the sword entity, player entity, those are integers. If I hover over it, it'll say const int. And the data associated with the game object is held in a component, and you can have multiple components per entity. So the sword has an item component. The contents are irrelevant in this test, so I left it empty. But the sword also can have a position if it's in the world. And if it's in a player's possession, I decided to do it by having the player have an inventory property inside of their player component, and then that's an array of all the entities that are in your inventory. And so picking it up would be to put it there and delete the position component of the sword. And the opposite, dropping it into the world, would be give the sword a position in the world and then remove it from your inventory. The Void says, well, there are tasks where you can... What's ML? Oh, machine learning, but this one is definitely not one of them. Well, the machine learning you could do for the AI, maybe. To learn, if you wanted to train something to respond to my game's UI, maybe. I don't know. Not yet, but I think there's not much you can do. All right, so this test is set up. I'm doing test-driven development where I built up this unit test. I'm going to run it after I get the UI to respond. This Test Explorer plugin should... Yeah, okay, it found the test, and I can run the test. It's going to fail. I should expect that, yes. The way it fails is it expected 3 commands in the game, and there are only 2. The other 2 commands are during the setup, so they're not important, but this is expecting that a command to tell the game to do that gets added, and it's not. Because right now this message is being ignored. So the way the game server handles messages is I have a table here, and a macro that helps build stuff in the table. And so one of the macros is this register client message, and that's what I'm going to do. So this is every message that a player might ask the game to do. It has to be registered here in one form or another. So I'm adding the drop inventory item, and we'll put it where? I think we'll put it in the ECS subsystem. So that means just like, I guess the nearest one would be golem remove command. There's going to be a check for that. And actually, let me go back to where it has to be declared with a declare, and just add a drop inventory item. And then go to the check. Whoops. That macro expands to expect 2 different functions. One is to check to make sure the player is allowed to do the thing. And then the second one is to make the command the game will execute to do the request. So here we'll have drop inventory item. Check and make command. So to see whether or not we're allowed to do it, I think it's fine to just let it... We're always going to do something. Actually, no, that's not true. We should only do it if you're logged in. So I had to check for that. Where was it? Here we go. A little check here to make sure you exist. I guess we should also check to make sure you are a player. Yeah, does it matter? You'll have a player component. Yeah, let's just keep it simple. In fact, I don't even need to verify that. So this much of it... Oh, let me put this in the clipboard, though. Because the first part of it we'll do here. And the second part we'll do down here. And this will be player ID. So get your player record, because what I need from that is I need your character identity. This character entity. And then, yeah, we ask the component system, give me your component, and then from that, I will get, we need to get the index that you asked, of the item you asked to drop. Item. Okay, so it's, item, or inventory, items index. Let's interpret as a size T, because I like that type. The message item. And we'll do a simple check, right? If items index is greater than the number of items you have, so that would be player, well, let's get access to that. Const auto items. Player component items. Actually, I had a key for that, right? Player inventory. That should be items, right? Hold on a sec. Sorry. Kind of losing my voice a little bit there. So this, if this is greater than the number of items we have. Actually, and also we can check to see... Well, no, let's do it separately. I need to check to see if there's an item in that slot, too. So returning an empty vector means we're not going to actually do anything in the game. I could also send a message back to the player saying, you can't do that, or you have no item to drop or something, if I wanted to. Okay, so, yeah, let's get access to the item. It's going to be... an entity reference, an entity item. So it's going to be interpret as an int items index. If it's 0, that means that there's nothing there. Otherwise, we're going to make a command. So where do I make commands? Really, I want to like make an ECS command. Commands, ECS, yeah, this kind of a thing. So some of this junk I want in a slightly different order. So we'll make a command and we'll say ECS actions equals an array of stuff we want to do, or return it. And then I'm just going to cheat and look at the test that I had made for this. It expects 2 actions to be performed. These 2 actions. So we need to get that's the item. That's the entity of the item. And we need to give it a position based off of the player's position. So that means the player has to be in the world somewhere. So let's get that. I should also check to make sure the player has a player component. Position component, so it's the player... No, position of the player's entity. We should probably check both, right? So if player component... So if the player didn't have a player component, its type would be an invalid JSON. So if it's equal to JSON value type invalid, return no command to do, and the same thing for position component. So if player had a position, we'll use the player's position here. So in just copy from the position component. I don't need these realm servers actually, because or do I? Yeah, we're in the realm server namespace, so we don't need any of those. So it's just key position. Well, the zone has to be copied too. I forgot about that. And I don't have keys for X and Y. It's just X and Y. So X and Y. Let me pre-compute this since it's easier, because I need some conditional logic. So auto item position equals that. I guess we'll hard code the depth to 1 for now. I'll work on that later. I kind of want the item you drop to be on top of any items that were already there in the world. So yeah, I need to say if the position component has a zone key, then we copy it. Otherwise, leave it out, which is the grandfathering in the default zone. And then we're going to use item position for this object. Then we're going to modify the player. So that's player's character entity. The delta is going to be to change their inventory. I need to compute the new inventory. So we have a copy of that, right? Items. So what I can do, this always returns me a copy. So I can just turn off the const there. Turn off the const there, and then I can just mutate items. So after I read it out, I can then change it, right? Items index equals null pointer. So it turns into a null JSON value. And then I can just say items here. And that should be it. Let me see if that passes. That passes the test. I can try it out in the game. Oh, wait a minute. No, I need to do pickup first, because I don't have anything in my inventory. I guess I could put it back. I could put that test sword back in there. Yeah, let's do that. That's probably easier. That was in the session reducer. Here, now I have a sword. It's that easy. Look, I have a sword now. It's called Excalibur. Yeah, let's run the test. Passes. Yay. Okay. So let's try it out. I should be able to drop Excalibur into the test world now. And actually, every time I oh wait, this won't work. I'm doing this wrong. This won't work because this is just for show that we have it. We don't really have it though. I forgot about that part. I have to map the entity number into the actual entity's item component and give it to the client. So I can't really test this yet. So what should I do? Pick up first or the translation? Let's do pick up first. So that's another test, right? Pick up inventory item. So similar, it's like the flip side of drop. So pick up item. So here the item is not in their inventory at first. And both the player and the sword have to have the same position. So we'll create the sword has a same position as the player. And we'll say pick up item. And there's no index. It's just pick up whatever's there. And what it should do is the flip side of this. It will destroy component. As long as that's the right name. I always get these mixed up. Remove component. See? It wasn't destroy, it was remove. I think we just need the entity and the position. Okay, this is maybe a remove component type. And then just entity. I think that's all I need. But let me double check. Yep. Okay. So remove the position of the sword and then basically give it to the player here. So that's sword entity. And we'll just have it populate the first empty slot. So there we go. There's the test. And this is the one that has the... I'll leave the race condition in there now. People can maybe try to make it happen. It'd be very difficult, I think, but it would be possible. If two players try to pick up the same item, it'll queue these, and then queue two more like these, only it'll be modifying different players, and so you'll end up having two different players holding the same sword. Which would... Actually, you wouldn't be able to duplicate the item, because there's only one entity number. But what happened is when you drop it, and then someone else drops theirs, it would teleport the item, right? Because dropping it is giving... Or would it have no effect? Maybe create component... If I did it right, then it does nothing. So you would seem like you had the sword, and when you drop it, it would just disappear. Because it's already been dropped in the world somewhere else. I guess I'm okay with that bug for now. The only way to solve it would be that the... when the executor is doing this action, it should make sure that... Or maybe I have a special action called drop item. That would make sure you actually have it before you can drop it. And pickup would be the same thing. It would make sure that you can... That it's still there to pick up, and then it would pick it up for you. Yeah, I'll do it later. Just do the prototype for now, right? So run that test. It's going to fail. Go implement it. So that is... pick up item. Here. Pick up item. ECS. So going to the ECS header, we need a pick up item. Wait a minute. D comes before G, doesn't it? There we go. Bugfound says, sorry, only looking today, changing battery in your daughter's iPad Air 2 difficult. Wow, I'm impressed. Because Apple works hard to make those unserviceable. And that's okay, you can lurk. Liquidator says, just have to add extra checks before final actions. Yeah, I think it would be simpler just to have a special kind of action, because the executor is like a synchronization point. It can do the checking and the action if it's allowed, all at the same time. Typo 175. Oh, time. Yeah, you got me. You got me, Liquidor. Item. I don't know why I had time. Hey there, Alrita. Pretty good. I'm adding items to my game today. So I have inventory with inventory slots, and then you have items in game. And I'm working now to be able to move them between the world and your inventory by pickup and drop. And what I'm going to use these swords for is in the real game, rather than just being able to step on NPCs, which there aren't any because Liquidor Bot is ruthlessly killing them all. But instead of being able to kill them by stepping on them, you'll have to have a sword in your inventory. And every time you kill an NPC, it'll ding the sword one more point until it breaks, and then you have to go get a new sword. They've migrated to the second zone. I can go kill them there. That's another problem. I thought about making like this teleporter special in that like it only transports players and not NPCs. But I haven't really decided what I want to do. So we're gonna just let's just quickly delete all these NPCs. Goodbye, NPCs. Nice knowing you. He doesn't want to die. And now they should start spawning in the default zone. Any of them escape my wrath? There's this infinite corridor here that we'll leave. I don't think anything's down there. Yep, they're started to spawn. There's one sitting over there. There's one up there. And there's one just spawned while I was watching it right there. It's this teleporter right here that's the problem, right? Yeah. I thought this would be maze-like enough for them to not get in there, but I guess they do get in there. I could make it a little bit harder to get in there. Or maybe easy to get back out. So what if I just open this up a little bit? Let him escape that way if he can. No, that just makes it easier to get in. Yeah, see, he already went. And there he is. Let's get rid of him. Because they're right now, because of a bug, they're immortal when they get here. Ooh, there's two things here? Well, that's me. I don't want to delete my camera. Delete this NPC. Goodbye. Alright, so I have this item in the game. It actually is a full item. It has the item with the name and everything, and the tile and everything. It's just you can't pick it up. So I'm working on that right now. Pick up item. So let's move drop inventory item to put it in the right place. That should go above ECS actions. Here. ECS actions is for the admin to do actions directly. That's the godlike powers come from that command, which I hopefully have set to admin only. Where is it? Yeah, admin message. Hey there, Clayman. Alright, so save that, and then here, let's duplicate these. They're actually going to be quite similar to the drop, right? Pick up being the opposite of drop. Pick up. Right here, right? So, pick up item. Oh, this was wrong before, wasn't it? That should be drop inventory item when not logged in. And this is pick up item when not logged in. All right. So we get your position, we get your items, This index doesn't apply anymore. But we do need to make sure you have a free slot, so let's do this. Size t items index is 0, while items index is less than items get size. If items index is null, is not null, break. Plus items index. Probably a better way to do that, right? But anyway, we'll just have to have another comparison out here. Only change it around. Return nothing if we couldn't find a slot. And everything down here is different now. We have to find the item. It has to have a position. Actually, that's the only thing it needs to have, right? And there needs to be one in the same position. So we actually need to loop through everything at that position in the game. So do we have access to the position index? No. Do I have a helper for this? So impl components get entities at, oh I do, get entities at position. Perfect. XYZ in default zone. So, and it gives me an entity list. All right, cool. So XYZ, so that's int position component X, Y, and this one had a key. Key position zone. And then this one was a special one. It was if it has that as a key. This is to grandfather in the default zone. And it's a not. And that returns this entity list, which is a set. Okay, we can just say entity list. Actually, I can just do auto, right? Auto entities. And we could just make that const. And we're going to loop through them. They're sorted by something, right? Right, they're sorted by depth, I think. I did this right. Yeah. So we'll just, it's going to go ground up and find, actually we want to go to the reverse order then, right? Find the tallest one that has an item component, essentially. So I would reverse iterate that then. So for auto entities entry is entities r begin. Entities entry is not equal to entities r end plus entities entry. Const auto entity equals entities entry entity. Hey there, Cthulhu. The golem found you yet? So we're gonna, if it has an item, we'll pick it up. So we get the item component of the entity. If, oh, thanks for the follow. Space Nuggets 1. I like that name. If item component get type is not equal to JSON value type invalid, then it is an item. So what do? We will end up doing the rest of the function here, essentially. So make a command and return it, right? And if we fall out, then then there was no item here. So there we go. The item position we build from that. Oh, wait a minute. No, we don't need to build an item position. We don't need to do that. Space nuggets. Let me give you a nice wave. You can move the bot around manually now? Wait, you couldn't move it around manually before? Oh, you're doing it with move? So you have it automated through chat commands. Well, soon you'll be able to whisper in game, so you're not spamming, Liquidor. I was working on this yesterday. I can do a whisper, and it'll say to, and then over here it says GM whispers hello. So and it only shows up to the person, to you and the person you whispered to. So soon, so you should get ready for that. It's just going to be slash. Well, you can see it if you right-click. /w space the name space and then the content, and then when it arrives, instead of it being a tell, it's a whisper, and there's an additional source field that tells you the name of the player who whispered you. I don't know why I'm giving away all the secrets. I should just let you figure that out. All right. We are not creating a component, right? In fact, I can just copy from the test what we should be doing. Is we should just be doing this. I can just copy this. Well, hold on. Copy part of it. This modifying the inventory, I want to keep that. So this is entity. So remove the position of the item from the world. Modify the player's inventory to have whatever items is. So I'm going to mutate items again. Yes, so up here, say item index equals entity. And then we pick it up. So picking up and dropping will work, except for you won't see it in the front end until I give feedback. So that's the last thing I need to do. Let's rescan because it doesn't find that test right now. All right, pick up item. Messed up something. It didn't work, so let's debug. It should go into here, so let's see why it doesn't work. Debug. All right, play. We don't need this window. Found the player. Found the player's position. Oh, they're not null? The null check doesn't work? It should work. Oh, right. I can't compare to null. It's got to be if the type is the null type. JSON value type null. And it's if it's not equal to null. There we go. Then break. Try again. Still broken. So let's debug again. It should find the first slot is empty. Why is it not? Oh, I had this backwards. Does that mean it could have worked before? Yeah, okay. I think the comparison actually does work. It's just I had it logically inverse. Well, thanks, Karthik. I try my best. Yay, it works. So we can pick up items. We just won't know that we picked it up. I would like to know that we picked it up, so I'll implement that last thing. So the first thing I think would be to let the player know what items they have. So let me turn off the hack in the inventory. Was it session reducer? This hack where we see that we have an item. Instead we don't. In fact, let's say we don't even know how many slots we have. That should work already by just... We shouldn't see any slots anymore. Okay, cool. Here's what it looked like before, by the way. 4 slots with a sword in the second slot. That's what that is encoded in the front end. So removing it, then we don't even know how many slots we have. The game will tell us, though. So that's on player login. I had a way to do this. There was a function, right? It was called on player login. Logon? Login, something like that. Let's just search for that much of it without whole word. On player logged in. Oh, this created missing components. This is actually probably a good place to add inventory slots if you don't have them. But I've hacked them in for now. I'll do this in a minute. This is on the executor. It's really the coordinator I need this in. Was it on login? Something like that? On login? On login? On login executed. Yes. Is this it? Unsuccessful client login? You get the login status if you're logged in. I guess I didn't do anything else than this. Where is this called from? I think this might also be called for an admin. Oh yeah, so it's one single point. So this is the right place. So in addition to being told that you're logged in, we should also then tell you what your inventory is. So let's do that now. Or can we? Because you might not have a component yet. Because this might race the executor in... Oh no, the executor, you can't race it. It will have created inventory slots for you. Yeah, so we're good. Oh, I'm not even looking at the right thing anyway. Where is it? On player logged in. So this will have made sure... So all I need to do is make sure inventory slots exist. And then when it gets back to here, I can just tell you what your inventory is. Chickens. Food is about ready to... Oh, so you're eating chicken? What a coincidence, playing with Skizzers. I need to go take a quick bathroom break. And when I come back, I'm going to have the game tell us what our inventory is. And then whenever it changes, it should tell us an update. So I'll be right back. I'm back. I've just been stretching. I did hide a chicken. No, I didn't. That would be funny though. If I hid a chicken in a wall somewhere. That would be a double useful joke too, because whenever I watch Toulouse's Minecraft stream, he has trouble finding chickens. So I could tell him, well, you just have to search the walls if you're in my game. Okay. Let's build another message we're going to send them. It will be matching. Actually, I don't have anything in the front end for this yet. So I can pick whatever I want. Let's pick inventory. Let's make it match at least what it tells us when it wants to drop something, right? So that was inventory.js. Drop inventory item. Inventory. So this should be a JSON array, and so we'll construct that. Auto inventory is JSON array. And let us locate the player's component. So const auto player component is impl components get entity component of type player, and then I never fetched the player record. Let's fetch the player record. So const auto player is impl profile players get player ID, because that is then player character entity, and that's it. Castlevania, NES Angry Video Game Nerd. Is that a chicken in a wall reference? I'll watch that later. Why C++ for backend? Just because I'm used to using C++. I've been using it for many years, so I'm comfortable with it. I like to code in it, so that's the only real reason. You can use any language you want for backend, obviously. All right. Have the player's component, then yeah, we're just going to loop through. So let's get reference to the inventory. Encoded is, or really it's inventory entities, is the player component key. Like, I'm not getting suggestions from this. Oh, because I never looked it up in this module before. So that is realm server key names. Key player inventory. Okay, so 4 size ti is 0. I is less than inventory entities get size plus I. If, well, let's just compute it. So const auto entity equals inventory entity, well, as a int, inventory entity is I. You know, we could use 0 instead of null. It would work just as well, actually. Video contains a time code of 420 if it doesn't work for some reason. Okay. As in skip to 420. Chris would be proud of me saying that you can use any language. He likes to say stuff like that. It didn't work. Oh well. Right, because what we want to tell the client is not the number, but something equivalent to what this had. So the contents of the item component. Or null if there wasn't any. Right, so this is what I'll do. I'll say if, well, yeah, if entity is 0, then there's nothing there. So inventory entities, add null pointer, and then continue. And that can't be const, actually. Oh, wait a minute. I'm doing it to the wrong... variable. It's inventory. And then, if there is an entity, we need to get it. And we'll call that item component. Item, and its entity. Now, it's possible that we could have an entity that's been destroyed, like if it's by accident. So if that happens, let's say if item component get type, it's JSON value type invalid, because we don't want to put an invalid JSON in our message. Then it's the same as if you didn't have anything there. Or I might want to put some broken indicator, or put a... This actually shouldn't happen. I should probably do a diagnostic message out if this happens. Yeah, let's do that. So diagnostic sender, send formatted message. And this shouldn't happen, so let me set its level to warning. And say player... I only really need the number. So player D item inventory slot. This one is a ZU invalid. And that's player ID and I. So I'll see that whenever they log in, if they have corrupted inventory slots, and then I can basically just clear it out. Or maybe I should have the code automatically just destroy the item, or clean the inventory. I'll figure that out later. Hopefully this never happens though. But let's say it didn't happen. We're cool. I will want to do inventory add item component just directly, right? All right, let's see if that works. So I should be I should end up with as long as I give myself items. Let me do that. I don't know if I have them. So here's me. Oh, I do have. So I have 4 slots. I could give myself an item to start with, or just leave it null. Let's just leave it null. Oh, wait a minute. That can't be null. These have to be entity references. So actually, null gets turned into 0. So, but really, it should be 0. Yes. Okay, now it's correct. They're entity numbers. If I created an item, I would put its number there instead of the 0. Okay, good. So let's stop the game. Start it again. Takes a little bit for the election timeout to happen on cluster start, so I'll wait a little bit. I have the timeouts pretty long because it's an unoptimized build. Hey, it just gives me a chance to take a drink and maybe look off into the corner. Okay. It's all back up and running now. So I should have received... Oh, it didn't work. Oh, wait a minute, because I'm not interpreting the message. But I can refresh and look at the network panel, and I should see the message come across. Inventory. So I just need to interpret the inventory message. Yeah, that is a server message reducer that I forgot to do. Where is it? No, not a reducer, a middleware. Server messages, here we go. So anything from the server to the client comes in here first, so inventory on inventory. And while I'm at it, I should probably do the other one that I'm going to need. Inventory updated, right? Or do I just replace the inventory every time? Yeah, let's keep it simple. Just one message for inventory. That means I can get rid of the action I had for inventory updated, right? I don't need that? Or do I want to keep it? I'll add it later if I need it. So right now, let me remove it. Because, I don't know, you ain't gonna need it, principal? So we'll just keep it simple. Alright. Hey there, Jamaica. How are you doing? Adding inventory and items today. Here we go. Const on inventory dispatch message. So this is just going to turn around and dispatch an actions reflect inventory. And I need to put in here whatever the reducer wanted to see. Inventory. Comes from the message inventory, right? Whatever I had in here. I ought to take this bit of code and make it a function so I can reuse it and not duplicate it. And where would that go? In the ECS system? Yeah, let me do that in a second. So dispatch that. Now it should work. Now I should see my 4 empty slots if I'm on my player account. There we go. So I can see it now. So then pick up... Oh no, I haven't done that part yet. I need to, if my inventory changes, I need to resend my inventory. Yeah, okay. So I know how to do that. That's something I need to test for, though, just to make sure I do it right. You got templates working across modules. Cool. Now adding something so the compiler knows that the array in the array struct knows it should not be an instance of the array struct. I see. So distinguishing one array from a subarray. Man, sounds so complicated. Testing. Yes, ECS. So this is feedback from pickup item, so it's similar. This would say inventory published on when changed. All right, and so do I need a stored entity? I don't really. No, I do. And in fact, this has to have something in it. Doesn't matter what. So we'll just have foobar. But that's key because that's going to show up in the message. Doesn't need a position. It just needs to get added. So create a player with initially an empty inventory, right? And then it doesn't matter. Player don't have to actually be in the world at all. Log in, and we'll do a simulate this action. So how did I do this before? Mock publish. Yeah, this stuff. Right here. Something like that. And this will be down here. Just, hey, you got a sword in your inventory. So this will be an ECS, and the action will have in it this stuff. And then simulate that it's been put into the log, committed, and executed. And no error. Jomega says, a normal array will become an instance of a templated array struct. I don't understand that syntax. So it's both an array and a struct? Oh, it's a struct that has an array in it. So it would convert that array into an instance of the struct. The struct it's what? I'll have a type that has itself as a value in it, so an infinitely sized type. Oh. Okay. Oh, it's in. The array in the array tn struct has to be an array at the machine level, so it's a piece of memory on the stack. Okay. I think I don't quite understand, but that's fine because I'm not an expert at compiler theory and data structures, so it's okay if I don't quite understand, right? We don't need to simulate the removing of the position component, so I'm going to take that out. We're just modifying the player to have the sword in it, in the inventory, and for kicks, let's put it in the third slot, shall we? And then it gets published. And then what I expect now is not this, but a message received. So, messages, yeah, this kind of thing. We'll expect the player to get a message of, get text messages. Something more substantial. Like, yeah, let's copy this. The type will be inventory. The inventory will be a JSON array. The first two things will be null pointer. And then the third one will be a JSON, well, essentially it'll be this JSON object up here. In fact, maybe I should just say const auto item component equals this. And just say item component here. And then I can just say item component down here. There we go. That's the test. It's going to fail the test. So to make it work, we have to, the coordinator, when it knows that an ECS action has been executed, where does that happen? I wouldn't be here. It would be in the ECS subsystem here. On ECS executed, it's got to look at the modify component. It already looks for player modifications. If it has a delta, okay, so it's looking for if the number of points change, or if you're a Twitch mod or not, or if your login changes. And it's given to you in your... Oh, right. I took these three elements and included it into the player profile, I believe. Right. It just gets... A player update gets given back to you. Okay, so... After we do this, let's check... Actually, we can just check it up here. We'll call this one, player changes? Profile changes? Player changes? We'll call it profile changes. And the inventory will just be special, so else if key equals key player inventory, we'll just have a special message in here. Oh, this is for subscribers to know. Okay, so that doesn't matter so much. I just needed to go back to that player. So it's if that's true and we have a connection to that player, right? So yeah, I'm doing this thing. If we have a player connected, if that player is connected, we're going to tell them about their new inventory. Player ID, yes. Okay. So we're just going to tell them client first send text of some sort. It's going to be a JSON object to encoding like that, right? And then it'll be a type inventory. And this is the part that I should probably separate out into a helper. The inventory will be the delta key. Like that. I'm not sure how to say your name. Tomacola? Tomacola, hi. When you code C++, usually you type about 3 pages, get a headache, and quit. It's cool that you're able to stream it. Oh, thank you. I've been doing it for a while, so there's a good and bad from that, right? I can do it without getting a headache, but the bad thing is my code gets really messy because I've only been streaming the coding for about a year. Before that, I would just code on my own and not, hardly ever get code reviewed or any feedback. And so I got into some really bad habits, like making code that's really ugly like this. And one of the things I hope to get out of Twitch is either what's the term? More kind of like feel like it's open to the world so that I'll be self-shamed if I leave the code really messy like this for too long. But also if people want to, they can give me feedback and say, well, you ought to think about refactoring that. And then, of course, now I'm going to get 20 people in chat saying that, but that's fine. I do need to come back and refactor this and clean it up. That's part of the headache, the problem, right? If you write C++, 3 pages of it and it's all in one function and the indentation goes this wide, of course you're probably going to get a headache. If you were to refactor it and clean it up and just make like smaller functions that do bits and pieces of it, then it actually gets more manageable and you can get used to it and not get a headache, I think. Does it matter if the code looks ugly if it does the job? No, not in the short term, but in the long term I think it does matter. Because if I come back to this code a year from now, I'll have forgotten a lot of the context of what the code is doing here. And I'll be like, well, I don't know how to fix that bug. It becomes hard to fix bugs, I think. If you can't read your own code, you can't figure out what you're doing, and if there's a bug, it's harder to fix. Hey there, Professor Elements. So yeah, I tend to think ugly code is fine in the short term because your brain still holds on to the memory of like what you were doing and why. But in the long term, ugly code is not so good. So what I try to do to break my habit of ugly code is I try to make it a habit of once in a while, like dedicate a whole day to refactor and I seek and destroy bad code. I go through and find this and I say, oh, this if else if chain could turn into a table lookup on action type, and then each of these bodies here can be a separate function, right? And that'll cut down the complexity, the apparent complexity a lot, because like this would just be one function that's only like 20 some lines long, right? Or not even 20 lines long. So that would improve it enormously just to begin with. When you write code, just think that the next person that has to maintain it is a psychopath and knows where you live. Yeah, or you can just think that the next person to read your code will probably be future you, and you should always be kind to future you. Otherwise, future you is going to say, past me was a real asshole. And you don't want that, do you? All right, let's see if I got this to work. ECS tests, inventory published when changed. No, it didn't work. It got close though. I got a message. It didn't match what I wanted though. Oh, yeah, that's wrong. It shouldn't be the number. I need to fill in the actual object. So that was up here, right? Yeah, we have to actually get the contents of it. Hey there, Tim. How's it going? I'm adding items to my game. So I have the inventory slot UI, just something to start with. It's not pretty yet. And I have items in the game like that little sword there, and I'm working on the ability to pick them up and drop them. If I get that working, then what I wanted to do in the real game, here's the little item in game. No one can pick it up yet, but I want to get so you can pick it up and use it to slay enemies. And I'll make it fun by having it be limited uses, so you slay 2 or 3 NPCs and the sword breaks, and then you have to go find a new one. That's what I'm working on today. And anyone who doesn't know, we should check out Tim's channel. He's making his own game engine in C++ and writing a game called Trailing Brakes, which is a physics-accurate racing simulator. How have you been, Tim? I haven't caught your stream in a while. I've been super busy. I haven't been able to catch a lot of streamers, actually. Void Phil says, you don't think long functions are necessarily bad. I would say it's one of the least significant problems in messy code bases. Well, I don't want to say that I don't agree with that, but I would say that I know people who would disagree with that. I try to listen to all the opinions and try to form a collective knowledge based off of everyone's opinion. So what I've heard arguments about against long functions is that if you can't see the whole gist of what's going on in one page, you literally can't see what came before or after just by glancing, then you're not getting the big picture in a glance. And getting the big picture in a glance is sometimes very important. Or getting the whole picture for whatever level you're at. So if you're at a top level function, you should see like in very vague terms what's going on. And if you're in a very specific function, it should fit on one screen and just be very focused on doing one thing. So I'm not saying that that's, I don't want that to be dogma. The last thing we should do is be dogmatic about it, I think. But I think there are people out there who would say, try to make it fit in a short enough space so that you can get a complete picture at a glance. That said, though, the other flip side is sometimes long functions definitely are not bad if the density of the code is low. So if you have a lot of this kind of punctuate, like it's just lines that are just punctuation, or if there's not a whole lot per line in the code itself. Sometimes code is just like tedious. Like some of my unit tests are this way, right? I don't mind that some of these take up a lot of lines because I can quickly tell that this is expecting messages received. This is publishing an event, right? So there's certain patterns here. A compromise might be if I know that that's a common pattern, I might replace that with a function to make it shorter, but there's trade-offs, and there's no hard and fast rule one way or the other, I think. Try to keep the column on the line for Visual Studio. Or for column size, yeah. You mean like this guideline? Yeah, I have the guideline there. I try to wrap it so that it doesn't horizontally, so you don't have to horizontally scroll to see things. Although you see I'm kind of loose about it. Not a hard and fast rule. Tomacola is making a cool class of pointers and operators on top of another class. What last time you got? Oh, cool. So I'm taking it you're learning how to use pointers and operators. That's nice. Prettier for the win, yes. I don't use Prettier, but I've heard people like it, and that's a auto-formatting plugin for an editor. Or many editors, I've heard, right? So VS Code has got a Prettier extension. Oh, so Tim, you're working on Unity UI? It's pretty darn difficult to do that with often enough you rarely worry about it. Wait a minute. UI is pretty darn difficult to do. That with often enough that you rarely worry about it in that situation. Oh, wait a minute, I missed some chat. You're focusing on smaller racing games that do eventually work towards the simulator? So Trailing Brakes is going back on the back burner? Okay. Yeah, UI work is pretty difficult. That's why for this items inventory, even though it took me like an hour, I'm like, I'm not going to make it perfect. I'm just going to make it functional for now, and I'll worry about the fancy Chrome later. Oh, okay, so back here was that, this is the entity number. I need to actually look up the component. So that's here, I guess. In fact, I need to get it at this point, don't I? And I need to do it in a loop. So I actually have to form my array here. So const, or just auto, inventory is JSON array. Wait a minute, I did this already, didn't I? Yeah, why don't I just use the helper? Let me put a bookmark there, and then where I did this was in login, right? Login was in auth. Yes, I did it here. This loop here. In fact, I could probably just, this should just be a helper function, right? Well, maybe down to here. And then move this one around a little bit. So I can take this out as a function and reuse it. So let me just copy that into the clipboard, and we'll make a function here. called what? Aha. Send player inventory. So it kind of goes with send player Twitch. And send player Twitch will now have a sibling. Send player inventory, where I paste that code. I just need to make sure the arguments are what I need. So I need the player ID. I'm going to need the WebSocket too. So I'll use that right here. And by reference instead of dereference, Irvin Deem says, why no switch? It's faster in caching than that many else if statements. Because I'm just lazy and I haven't made it into a switch yet. Where was that exactly? That was where I'm copying this from, right? So yeah, I'll get to that. That's probably what I'll do in refactoring. Actually, where was that done? Oh, it was when key player. Oh, I'm in the tests. Where am I? No, I'm in the right place. This right here, these else ifs. Yeah. I'll eventually make that a lookup table. I'm just lazy. I save that for refactoring when I feel like refactoring. Thanks for the follow, Pion. Yeah, so all of these else ifs could be lookup tables, right? It's a little bit more difficult with more syntax to do in C++, so that's part of why I'm lazy about it. But you're right. Should do that at some point. Let me go ahead and put in the call here to this send player inventory, because it goes here. And we'll minimally need that client first. And this, that should already match what I had in the other place. Here. That should match that. Let's see if it's exactly the same or not. Yeah, it looks the same. Name, size, type? Oh, you're looking at Gelmega's syntax. Yeah. You shutters. I need the entity list. Where was that? Let me just quickly find it. Paste, find. JSON value, right? Okay, so go back. This is just a JSON value. Inventory entities. Liquidor says, found a reproducible condition for the name offset bug. Well, I already fixed the name offset bug, though. Sorry. Did I not say that before? Yeah, I don't need it to be reproduced because I think I fixed it, but I haven't deployed it yet. I could try it. How about this? If you tell me how to reproduce it, I'll make sure it doesn't happen in the test environment. Yeah, not pushed yet. But if you tell me how to do it, I'll try it right now in the test environment to make sure it doesn't happen. Yeah, right now if I reload, it's centered correctly. So I think it's not a problem. I think, but I have not 100%. You can never say you're 100% sure. All right. Player ID, I need that, right? And that's only for diagnostics. Well, let's include it anyway. All right, so that needs to be moved to the declaration. Or copied, not moved. And that should be a good documenter and make a comment for it. Send a message through the given WebSocket that contains inventory, information about the given player. this is a JSON array holding the list of entities, of item entities, in the player's inventory. Player ID. Hey there, Tua Bud. How's it going? Silver-geared person? Nice to see you. This is the unique identifier of the player whose inventory is being sent. And then that should go away, and then I just need to call it. I mean, give it the correct arguments here. So it's here. It is delta key player inventory, and then we need the player's ID. So that's player ID. Okay, and then there's one more the other place we called this from, right? I'll just find by searching for this as a string, just as a shortcut. Actually, let's include the quotes. Whole word. There we go. It's here. So here I can say it's in a different subsystem, so I got to reach over to the ECS and say send player inventory. The WebSocket is dereference WS. Inventory entities is this. And the player ID is player ID, I think. Player ID. And then that gets rid of that code. Down to there. Cool. Now I can rerun those unit tests to make sure I didn't break anything. Yeah, Jelmega not only is making a custom programming language, but also occasionally streams. I haven't seen Jelmega stream yet, because just fate has declared that I can't see everyone's stream, but check it out if he's streaming. Let's run all the ECS tests. Why not? Why don't we? Well, I would watch you if I was awake. I think our time zones are different, and I missed it. Because, you know, basically I woke up, ate breakfast, went to the store, came back, and streamed, and that's where I am now. Did you have VODs turned on? I'll go watch the VOD later. I'd like to see you work on and explain some of the stuff. Jelmega's streaming custom language development, so compiler stuff. I mean, it sounds cool. I've dabbled with compilers a little bit for making a domain-specific language, but I've never done like exotic things like templates before. Oh, that included the Twitch stuff. Why? I think that's a mistake. I don't know how that got in there. It didn't break the other one, though. How did it include Twitch? Huh. I might have just accidentally put that in. Yeah, let's search for that again. Actually, does this send? No, I don't see Twitch in there. You posted the reproduction above. Above. Looking for it. Okay, so place 2 players 1 tile above the bottom teleporter with your player go into the teleporter and then back, and the name of the player is offset. Oh, I see. So I could do that if I have Bob log in too. Let's try this. So I'll use a Firefox window. So we'll have Bob log into localhost. Ah, it was already in my local storage. That's nice. Okay, so let's move Bob up to this teleporter. And then I'll move this guy. He said it has to be 1. They both have to be 1 tile above or below or to the side of a teleporter. Actually, let's just both go through the teleporter. Okay, so above a teleporter. And then go through it and then back. Through it and then back. I think it's not a problem in test. There's still problems like this overdraw. That's because players all have the same depth and so it's arbitrary. I haven't addressed that one yet, but it should at least be centered now. So which one's Firefox? This one? Yes, so close that guy. Goodbye, Bob. Thank you for your testing services, Bob. Okay, see you, Tim. Have fun. Good luck with your work. Hearing yourself through a vid is weird. Yeah, it's weird at first, but I got used to it. I think it helps because if you listen to yourself and you realize that maybe you have some speech patterns you want to work on, like I tend to slur my words and speak too quickly, and so I'll say the wrong word or I'll have words mixed up. I'm more conscious about the speed in which I speak, and then I can slow down and get the words out without getting them confused. Everyone you know who streams and VODs hate their voices. I don't hate my voice. They probably say that they hate it at the beginning, but they get used to it. Or maybe they don't listen to themselves enough. And anyway, I've gotten used to hearing my own voice now, looking back at my VODs, so it doesn't faze me. Also, I tend to sound a lot like my dad and my brothers. Our voices are very similar. In fact, when we were growing up, I would answer the phone, and people would think I was my dad or I was my brother. And so when I hear my own voice, it actually sounds a lot like my dad's voice or my brother's voice. And so that helps. It helps. So it helps to have close family relations that have voices similar to your own, I guess. All right. I was testing that the inventory was sent correctly in the unit tests. Yes, that's right. That test is still failing. And I was trying to figure out why. Run that. Somehow this Twitch message is getting mixed up in it, and I'm wondering why. This login is supposed to drop all messages received. Reset message receiver, so I don't know why that Twitch message is making it in there. Okay. This is the test. Where's the code? No, not there. Here? So something is calling send player Twitch. Fetch Twitch message. Oh. It's just always doing it? Why would we want to do that? That should be only if points, login, or link changes, right? I might need to move this up into here. And it should only be if profile changes, yeah, only in this case, right? Yeah, I think this is just in the wrong place. It should just go here. Yeah, it should go there. Yeah, okay. Yay. But I might have broken something with that change. So that would be like, oh, I think I did break something else. Yep, I did. Link code set feeds back to player because we're modifying the Twitch link and that's not checked here. Oh, indeed. Okay. Okay, so it needs to go there, but we don't need to always do it. Really, we only do it if one of these keys is involved, right? Points, Twitch login, or link. Yeah, so I have to again look to see if it has any of those keys in it, right? I know. I'll have another flag up here. So, bool. Twitch fields changed. False. So it was points was one of them. Twitch login is another one. And then there was link. And then that is just do that, and it's not a profile change. It just triggers if we should do that or not. Right? Yeah, okay. So then that should fix it. I'm so happy that this got fixed, whoever fixed that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It used to clear out all the old results and lose my place, and that doesn't happen anymore. Let me check the subs tests. And what else might have been affected? Messaging? Maybe golem stuff? I want to run them all. I don't want to run them all because it takes a while. I think that will work, and then I can just try it end to end. Let me just get the end to end set up, because since there's a bit of a delay there. Wow, this one takes forever. Yeah, it worked. Okay. And this is restarting. Now the test would be, can I pick up an item? And then does it show up in my inventory? And then can I drop it? And then while having an item, if I log in, does it show up again? All of those things should work now. All right, we're logging in. We have nothing in our inventory. And walk over to the sword and pick it up. It didn't do anything. Oh well. Did anything get put into the journal? I have to be fast because the journal rotates really fast. Ah, it already got rotated out. But I can look at it before it gets deleted. I was looking at where I was moving. There's where I moved. And a bunch of NPCs are moving around. What's this one? NPCs. Yeah, NPCs in positions. So I don't think the movement actually worked, or the pickup actually worked. Let me try with this button. It's just not working. Command's being interpreted now. I wonder if it just doesn't see that there's an item there. Oh yeah. That's a race. That happens for the admin tool. I'll fix it one of these days. Why would this not appear like an item? Okay, and what do my items actually look like? Yeah, they're unmodified. So if I pick up, the item's still there, and it's not in my inventory. So the pickup doesn't work at all? Well, that's a bummer. Okay, well, let me try to just manually pick it up and see if drop works. So let me move away. So let me emulate a pickup. That would be take this item. Actually, it's just this number, 2364, right? And add it to your inventory, 2364. 2364. Did I get that right? Update. So it should be in my inventory now, and it's not there. Did I get any message about it, though? Let's see. I did. I got a Twitch message. Why did I get a Twitch message? Interesting. What got added here? Oh, that's just NPCs moving on and off screen. Okay, so refresh. What happens if I reload now? Do I see it in my inventory? There's something there. So what message did I get? Let's reload and see. That is, which one of these? Inventory. Oh, there's no tile set there. Why is the tile set missing? Oh, I didn't include the tile information. I don't have a test for that. Okay, so it shows up as Axeman because he's the default tile. All right, well, does drop work? To test drop correctly, I need to actually remove the position of the item. So, remove. Blink. Now, can I drop it? Oh, the drop worked. So drop works, but pickup doesn't work. Let me verify it's out of my inventory. It's null instead of 0. I gotta fix that. Although it'll equate to the same thing. And the position exists now. So the item is dropped in the world. It's removed from my inventory almost correctly. Pickup doesn't work at all. And it didn't put the tile information in with the item. Okay, so that's like at least 3 bugs. Hey there, Doxy Foxy. You're saying you're a beginner and sorry to bother me, but what's the best way to call a function from another to a new CPP folder? I think I have an example of that actually. Let's see if I can find it. I think I put it in my intro. Maybe not. Okay, I was hoping there would be an easy way to show that, but let me try to think of an easy one. Hold on. A test program that does something very simple. Like the tests for my hash functions. That's a really easy one. So here's a program that tests SHA-1, for example, right? And it's going to end up calling the hash function SHA-1. There's this template around it, but ignore that. So just, well, okay, let me find one that doesn't use a template. Because the template makes it more complicated to look at. What would be even simpler? Hey there, Lucky. How's it going? Lucky07 is another streamer here on Twitch. You should check him out. I'm looking for an example to answer a viewer question here. Something really simple. Not hash functions. It was on the tip of my tongue, tip of my mind. Where was it? Base 64. There we go. These are really, really, really simple. So there's a function called base64 in code, right? But it's not declared anywhere here. It's in a different CPP file over here. Base64 in code, right? So how do you call this function from this other CPP file? The trick is to have a header file. The header file, either HTTP or H, declares the function, but doesn't have the body. Then you set up your build system so that when you do a pound include of that header file, it's like it replaces that line with the contents of this header, and so that it knows that there is a function out there it can find called encode in the base64 namespace. And then when you compile, it will tell the linker that, hey, I need to have that function available to produce the program. And the linker says, okay, here's the call to the function. Here's where the function's actually the body of it. And it links the two compiled pieces of the program together. So it's in two stages. At compile time, you need the header to declare the function, and you need to include that header from where you call the function. And then when you build the program, you have to link the two pieces of the program together. Usually, when you set up the build system, you'll just give it the names of both CPP files, and then the linker figures it out. But a more complicated build system, you might have to say, well, from this CPP file, look in this folder for this header file, and then when you link, you need to turn this into an object file and this one into an object file, and then link them together. The details vary on what kind of build system you use. So I hope that helps you, Doxy Foxy. It's all about the header files, at least in C and C++. In other languages, they've gotten to a more modern approach where instead of having a header file, you just give the build tool, the compiler, linker, which are usually kind of combined together. You just give them both CPP files, and then you would just, when the compiler sees this, it says, oh, I know about that. I saw that over here. So it just knows what to do by automatically. My code makes you scared. That's why I tried to pick a simple example. This is base64 encoding, where the test fits in one page here, and it just has two function calls, encode and decode. All the rest of this crap is really irrelevant. It's just setting up expected output for different inputs, and then the actual code to do it. It doesn't matter what this encoding is. This is just how it's implemented, just to demonstrate how you call a function. That's just it. I guess the only other complicated part is I have this inside of a namespace. But that's just so that you can put a name in front of the function, so that encode can mean something different for base64 than for some other library, right? Indenting the brackets sometimes do. Yeah, that's fair. Fair enough. So what do I want to fix first? Probably that the tile is missing, so this is back to normal now. It recovered its tile because it never lost it. I can just modify my unit test for picking up the item, I guess? Because it's got to include... No, it's not picking up the item. It's telling us what the item looks like. So that's inventory published when changed is probably a good enough one. Yes. So it has to be not just the item component, but it has to have the tile instead, in addition. So yeah, I'm going to create another one called the tile. And this one, the keys are important. They are very important. So it's got to be a realm server. It's going to pick up two things from here: key, tile, set, and key tile ID. The numbers don't matter, but the keys do. So I'll just pick random numbers. And then we can't expect item component down here. It's got to be like item component with tile or something. So let's, I guess define it here. Or no, let's just take this. Let's just take this and put it, let's just get rid of this variable item component. So just put that there. Delete this. And then the expectation down here, it's that plus the tile set and ID. This stuff. If I use the same keys, I don't remember if I did. What does the front end expect? That would be in where would that be? How come this isn't finding my file? Oh, because no, I don't know why. It's in the character panel, right? Yeah. Where we pick the tile, right? And where is that? The TS and the tile. I might have to. I can't. I don't know if I can use this. Yeah, I can't use ID. So it's just we'll just hard code it. It should show up here as TS and tile. There we go. Fixed. Fix the unit test. Tabs in OSDLM is 6 space width. At Qualcomm, it was 3 when we really wanted to punish people who couldn't agree on either 2 or 4. I was in a team once, and I had people in a conference room, someone yelling, "Tabs should be 2 spaces," and someone else saying, "You're crazy, it should be 4." So I said, "I know how to solve this. We're going to use 3 tab spaces, or 3 space tabs now." Skizzer says, just got a job offer from 8 to 5 and half a day on Saturdays. The half day on Saturdays would be kind of rough for me. I don't know about you, but that sounds kind of rough. I like to just not work on the weekends. Am I architecting the engine? Did you research and create it from scratch? I did research and create it from scratch. The ECS is the part that I'm not so familiar with. Like, I don't know how to make games, so I did a bunch of research on how, like, what a good entity component system would be, and I have that here somewhere. Oh no, I realized I didn't make a page for it. But I put it under notes for entity component system. So after like looking up like 3 or 4 different example entity component systems, I kind of took the information in my head and like, went through different aspects of different examples, and this is what I came up with. And that's what I'm trying to model it after, and so far so good. But yeah, usually I just research what other people do and try to do it myself. I like to do stuff from scratch. Tabs is 4 spaces always, that's what I do. Why not tabs? Mostly because, I mean, I know you had the smiley face, but I don't use tabs because sometimes I like to line things up based off of not indentation, but on how it would line up with other things. All of this code, though, they might as well be tabs because they are just indentation levels. Yeah, that's right, Skizzers. Just say, you'll take a random day off during the week if you want them to work on Saturday. Well, would it have to be a half day off? Or maybe every other week you take a random day off? Yeah, I would be kind of wary about signing up to work on a Saturday, because I feel like that erodes my sense of having time off. All right, this is going to fail now, right? Because it doesn't include the tile information, which is expected here. And also because of that. Actually, that shouldn't be there. I thought I fixed that. How was that in there again? I don't understand that. It should just be the inventory. That shouldn't trigger a Twitch information. Anyway, let's fix at least part of this. Figure out why it's sending Twitch information. It should have only been if that's set to true. And that's set to false. True for points, login, and link, but nothing else. Why would it send that? Weird. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I changed it for here, but not down. Okay, I did the wrong thing here. This should be if changes get keys empty. And why did that get changed? Oh, I know why, because I needed to be more specific. Okay, that should be there, and this was for down here. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't see that before. And it's this. And then this moves up here. Well, that can go inside that if, actually. Alright, so that's why it sent the message we didn't expect. The other part was the inventory needs to include the tile. Yes, so we need to get the tile. So this is the tile component. Is the tile of the entity, and what do we do if it doesn't have one? I guess another warning? And then empty it out? Yeah, let's do that. It has to have both a tile and an item component. So Or, ugh, come on. Don't do this to me, editor. Okay, tile component. It's invalid. And then, so we need to augment the item component. So, auto augmented. Or just call it item, right? Or we'll just call it call it slot. That's what it is, right? So start with a copy. That's what that does. If I did this right. Well, why does it say it's undefined? Shouldn't say that. Anyway, it should just augment this now. Equals tile component, and then here I do want to pull out of the tile set and tile ID. Include slot. I have a feeling it's telling me that and that because I have bad punctuation somewhere. Oh, yeah. There we go. Someone probably told me that in chat, didn't they? Oh, cool. Did it work? Bug found? Battery change worked? Slot, not the other word. Slot, S-L-O-T. Don't get any funny ideas now. Hey there, Romania. How's it going? Adding items to the game, Romania. So I want to be able to pick up that sword and in my inventory and then drop it if I click on it, drop it. If I'm on top of the item, then pick it up. Oh, thanks for the follow. Batuxo? Alright, did I fix the unit test? Let's see. Yay. Okay, so let's try this again. So it should... No, really I want to find out why the pickup didn't work. Let me try to instrument it a little bit. So, pickup item, that's the test. Pickup item make command. What I'm guessing is one of these checks is failing. So let's just do some diagnostics on likely suspects. I mean, that should work. Oh. I'm checking for null pointer. I really shouldn't be checking for that. Yeah, this is probably what it is. So, it really should be if it is not if it's 0 when interpreted as an int. Yeah. That's probably what it is. Let's check it out. Build it and then restart the test environment. I say that all the time, Romania. That should work. That's probably it. And then I find out later, half the time I'm right, half the time I'm wrong. Bugfound says the iPad was basically useless with the old battery, so it was either this or a new iPad. Well, you've just joined the ranks of the elite Apple product replacement or repair people. Apple is making it harder and harder these days to do that, right? They don't want you to do that. They want you to get a new iPad. If they can't get you with the software being obsoleted, then they will get you with unreplaceable, unserviceable batteries. That's great that you could replace it yourself. Okay, can I pick up the item? Yay! I have a sword. Let me move it over here and drop it. Yay! It worked. Awesome. So let me check this in because that's a lot of progress. I can pick up and drop items. And then next I want to update the game system so that I can only slaughter NPCs if I'm holding a sword. Yeah, we have to be equipped. Alright, so let's check this in separately. So this is add prototype items art. What was this one about? Oh, new middleware for inventory. Yeah, so let's just check all this stuff in here. Add prototype items and mechanisms to pick up and drop items. Drop them. Drop items? Yeah. Get, coverage, collect, and push. Avoid tabs. You want complete control. Yeah, the only time that I try to use tabs is when it needs to be compressed. Because, you know, there's a lot of characters sometimes. Right? Like, this is adding, what, 28 characters. So if you're putting this text over the wire, there's a lot of wasted space. So a tab could help you compress that down. It would be even better to just do run length encoding, but hey. Run length encoding, where you say space times 28. What if we wrote our code that way, where the very first character was, you know, followed by a number, then it would be repeated that many times. That would look really, really ugly, actually. But it would be a lot more efficient with a computer. Alright, so destroying an NPC if you're holding a sword, that's the job of the entity component system. The game system I set up for NPC destruction. So let's look at that. Where would that be? Not in include. NPC destruction. Okay, so right now the only prerequisite for destroying an NPC is you have to be present. So let's change this to say armed PC present. And I'm not talking to you, Siri. Armed PC present, so there has to be a player at that position, but then they also have to have a sword. So we're going to loop through all of the players' items and look for one of type sword. So for size, well, let's get a reference to it. Const auto inventory equals player key realm server key player inventory. I'll eventually make a nice helper for this. In fact, maybe I should just do it now. Let's do it now. If, well, let's just include it here. Why did I have this in here? Oh, this is the bug where NPCs are invincible outside the default zone. Because when this has is true, it will return true. Wait a minute, this is backwards. Hold on. If the player has no position, it's true? Why am I doing this? Oh, yeah, this is bogus. That doesn't, I don't need that. Why am I doing this? We already know the player, we know the position. Was it to check that it's in the same zone? So really, this should be improved. Oh, let's work on it later. Let's leave it alone for now. If so, to make it generic, let's have it just take a list of entities as a JSON array, I guess. If well, let's. Is it just that something is present? I'm not sure what to do here. Okay, I'm not sure what a generic helper would be, so I'll just code it without a helper. So for size t I equals 0, I is less than inventory get size plus I. That should be size t. Const auto item, well, const auto item entity. It's int inventory I. Now we look to see what its item. It has to have an item component. Item is the item component of that entity. If it's not invalid, then it will have a type. So if standard string item key item, I don't have a key for it. I guess I never bothered. Let's just hard code it for now. So what was it in the game? I need the admin tool to see it. T equals sword. Then return true. We get through here, we don't have a sword. Right? Okay, so now I won't be able to despawn NPCs unless I hold a sword. Saving bytes is old school, unnecessary. Tabs are always 8. Tab length is an environment setting that can be different in each environment. Take simple printers, for instance. That's true. That tab length is an environment setting. Tabs are always 8 is not necessarily true. Most editors have a tab spacing. Tab size. In fact, the default, I think, is 8, but if you have an editor config, you can set it there, which I have. Indent size. So here, I've just broken that statement, tabs are always 8. Well, no, tabs are now 4. Should be 8. Ah, should be 8. About the should be 8, my response would be why? Is that just because it's tradition? Indent of 4 is great. Why? Have any one of us stopped to think why tabs? You think of tabs as 8? Like, what is it about the number 8? There's probably a historical reason, like original typewriters would go 8 spaces over. But why? Historical. Yeah, I get interested in that, in the roots of that kind of thing. Oh, I'm dropping lots of frames right now. Dropping frames. Sorry. Okay, if it doesn't stabilize, I'll have to restart my cable modem. Okay. Hit F5. If stream isn't recovered for you yet. Yeah, I dropped 134 frames. Hey there. How do you say your name? Teagram? You watch my Twitch channel. Well, this is my Twitch channel. Welcome to my Twitch channel. How are you doing? I'm not dropping any more frames, so maybe it was just a temporary glitch. You only lag for a little bit, yeah. Oh, dropping more frames. Dropping more frames. Oh, it's one of those. Thank you, Mod. Probably playing with Skizzers. Okay, there's a little bit more drop frames. Okay, I'm just gonna pray that it's going to stay good for now. I'm seeing them, so if you're not seeing them, that's good. I know some people are really sensitive to drop frames, but I guess if it's buffered, it's not a big deal. Okay, let me try to get this done. I'm actually almost out of time anyway. And the dog's gonna start barking, of course, because someone's coming home. Restart the game server, so the test will be, I should not be able to destroy an NPC unless I'm holding a sword. And if this works, then I'll give the sword durability, and every time I destroy an NPC, I'll knock a point off and destroy the item if it goes to 0. And actually, I guess I can keep streaming longer than 4 hours, because what I eventually wanted to have is items spawning in a special area. I wanted to have where did I put it here? An armory building somewhere on the map, and have swords spawn in that area that you can go and pick up, and if there aren't already too many there. So it'll have to be a small area search and count the number of swords. And if there are not too many, then spawn an extra one on a cooldown. Alright. So, this is the admin side. Here's the normal player side. So if I move into an NPC, yeah, I can't kill it. But if I pick up the sword, now I can. Haha, die. I'll drop the sword here. There we go. So I can't kill them unless I have the sword equipped. Alright, so let's give it some durability. I should drop the sword so that I can see it in the admin tool. Let me make sure. I think it had a durability number on it. Yeah, 3. D for durability. Okay. So that's in this system again. It's more than just a check, isn't it? Let's allow us to get access to... I think we need the item entity, and we need the slot number it's in, right? Because when it gets destroyed, we'll have to remove it from the slot and destroy the entity at the same time. So this is slot index, or yeah, slot index, and then actually, if we're going to modify its durability, we're going to want the player's inventory complete, right? So that's JSON value inventory. Can I... No, it depends on which player. Oh, then I'll need to know which player. Shoot, there's a lot of stuff I'm gonna have to do here. Maybe I can just do it with one more. I'll just say PC. Okay, so let's set up these variables. So, Skizzers, I just noticed something. Yada doesn't say who did the mod action, but the built-in Twitch does. So initially I didn't know who did that. I don't know if, is that something that we should tell Hideo about? Yeah. I should probably get a screenshot of it right now. Or would he be able to he'd be able to figure it out without a screenshot probably, right? Let me get a screenshot anyway. Well, it's in my history. He can't fix it. Okay. Oh well. Then I won't bother reporting it. Alright, so slot... Actually, let's pull these out. Slot inventory PC. Index. Okay. This feedback delegate, it just takes... it just does one action, right? So we'll have to do multiple feedback delegates. Hold on. Where's the feedback delegate ECS? I want to see, does it take an array or not? ECS. Ah, only one. Bummer. Okay. So that means I'll have to have multiple ECS actions, which is fine, I guess. So we'll have to repeat the same thing, getting the item, because it's got the durability in it. But we can be assured that it is present. I don't have to check this. So we'll know it's the sword. Well, thanks for the follow, Garage Coder. Actually, hold on. Before I do this one, this has got to set those variables, doesn't it have to? Slot index equals I. Inventory, well, this needs to have a new name. PC inventory? PC inventory equals inventory. And PC equals entity. Thanks for the follow. Any Lord Grishnak. Yeah, where is playing with bots? We should have oh, you're right. Yeah, it wasn't just created today. I wonder if they're on to playing with bots and now working around that by registering counts and waiting a month or something. It's just giving mods something to do, right? Mr. Destructoid. So yeah, if you're just joining me, I'm working on a game. You can play it here, and there's a recap video if you want to see what progress I've made in the last month. If you've never been here, or if you missed a bunch of streams and you want to see the progress. But today I've been working on adding items to the game, which I have there. I now can pick up an item and it goes into my inventory, and if I have this sword in my inventory, I can, if I step on NPCs, they get despawned. If I drop the item in the world, step on an NPC, it does not destroy the NPC anymore. So the next step I'm working on today is this sword, have it only work a certain number of times, and then when it breaks, have it disappear, and then have to go find another sword. So that's in the durability. After we destroy the NPC, it's going to be get the durability, right? So const auto durability equals the inventory index by the slot index D. Interpret as an int. And then subtract 1 from it. If, actually I can combine this too. If it's less than or equal to 0, we're going to destroy the item. Otherwise, we're just going to update the durability. So that can't be a const. Hey there, Garage Coder. The durability, this means it's broken. So I need to basically clear out that inventory slot. Slot index equals 0, and then submit an action to the game to update the inventory. Do I have that kind of thing in here? I do. Exactly. So I want that modify component action. And what are its arguments? The entity, the type, and the delta. So the entity is the PC, the type is player, and the delta is the inventory. So it's JSON object with the key being the inventory. Yeah, I'm over time. I kind of want to get this done. And I don't know, maybe even pushed out to production so people can play around with it. I don't know if I don't know if I'll get everything done. This will be inventory. If it is not okay, I did this in the wrong. No, I did this in the right place. That removes it, and then I also have to make a destroy entity action to destroy the sword or the whatever the weapon was, right? So this would be okay, I didn't get it, so let's get it here. So weapon is oh, I did this wrong, didn't I? It's that, and then I have to get it. All right, okay, I did this wrong. I have to actually get the item entity from that. Weapon entity, weapon item. Thanks for the follow, Ograta. So it's item of the weapon entity, and then the weapon item's durability. If it breaks, remove it from the inventory and delete the weapon entity. If it didn't break, then we're going to modify the durability. So it will take the weapon, so make that an auto instead of a const auto. Take the weapon item D and write back into it the durability. And oh wait a minute, I don't need to do that. It's just modify the weapon entity. Item type D component is the durability. There we go. And we should probably also say something if we lost our weapon, right? So let's do this. Send chat. Send chat. Your sword is broken. Actually, I can even put the name in here. So I'll use my little printf helper. And put the name in here. So that is available. If I do it this way. What was it? T. That's the type. And then convert it to a C string so the printf goes in there. And then... should I send it to chat even if it doesn't break? No. This should be fine. And what did I mess up here? Oh, it needs a line and a chat. No, that's right. Why does it think it's an int? Oh, because it's not, it doesn't know about it. System abstraction string extensions. That's probably why. There we go. You ever play Final Fantasy VII? I don't remember. I played one of them. And hey there, Reset in Peace. One of my brothers is really into the Final Fantasy games. I only played one of them. The one where, I don't remember the guy's name, but it had the huge sword that was taller than him. I played that one, and I didn't even get all the way through it. I played that game enough to where it got really confusing plot-wise, and I'm like, this doesn't make any sense anymore, and I kind of lost interest. Is that Final Fantasy 7 or 8 or something? Yeah, he had really spiky hair. Spiky hair and a huge sword. Cloud, yeah, that sounds very familiar. So I never finished that game. The plot got so weird that I'm like, this doesn't make sense anymore. I can't play this. Monka S. But yeah, my brothers are really into it. Yes, playing with scissors, I'm sure you do. Okay, so this should allow me to slay 3 enemies, but let me just slay 1, drop it, and then look at it. And it should be at durability 2 now. If I did it right. Thanks for the follow, Vera Coco. Yep, durability 2. So that sword has been weakened. So let's pick it up. It should be at durability 1 now. This should break the sword. Oh, my sword is broken. Uh-oh. There are no more swords in the game. Well, that worked. Word highlight when someone mentions your name in chat. Good idea. I might already have that on the list, but just in case not, let me put it in my notebook. Thank you. Oh, I got a lot of notes today. Okay, so the sword breaks. Durability works. Let's clean this up. So I need to have a sword spawner. Where am I? Let's make a little building in the game for this. Let me put it in the same place in production too. That way when I can just have it hard coded in for now. So where's a good place to put an armory? How about on Unknown Island? Or what about this little island here? I forgot what I was doing up here. Is this just a show? There's that bug, by the way. Oh, I had Slimy here, and then Adam killed him. That's right. Rip Slimy. Okay, well, I think we'll just get rid of this. It's gonna get swallowed up by the ocean here. Aye! Okay. Where to put the armory? Because mostly I don't want NPCs spawning up there. They'll get stuck. I guess we could put it down here. Never forget Slimy. Where's the anti-sword extinguish group? Island on the west too? Oh yeah, but that one's just for show. Look at this. Oh, there is. I extended it. Aha. Repurpose that to be the armory? It's far enough away that I don't think I let mobs spawn there, but let me see. This is all being all prototype. It's all hard-coded in. Yeah, range of 12 tiles in any direction from the center, so no mobs spawn this far out. So we'll make you walk all the way out here to get your swords. And let me fill in this hole. Alright, so you have to walk out here, and let's, did I have some decoration stuff? I did. But I'm gonna have a hard time placing them. I'll do decorations later. We'll just have it be, well, I'll have it, you know what I'll do? I'll just have this little pad here. And I'll let swords, so we'll have up to 9 swords at a time. So I just need to get the coordinates here and put it in my notebook. Okay. Armory is -23 by -6 through -21 to -4. And I need to make sure that the test zone has that same thing in there. So let me teleport directly there. -23 by -6. Go. So I'll paint here some same kind of deal. Oh, I think I'm off by 1. Yeah. Okay, so here's the little platform swords will spawn on. I have a little path to get there. And block it off so the NPCs don't escape. Alright. So let's program that in. We'll call it a new system, call it armory. Because why not? Based off of the NPC spawner. So take this and copy it, call it the armory. Need to include it in the build, so NPC spawning, so this is now armory. And then this word, let's search for it. So this is armory. Declare game system armory. List it. Armory. And I think I'm done. Just need to fill it in here now. All right. Make create sword action. So it's of type item. It has its type sword. I'm not going to bother with the names this time. Look at it. Actually, let's just copy it. Durability. How many swings of the sword are we going to allow? How about, I don't want to be too many. Should I be really cruel and let you only use the sword once? So you only kill one NPC at a time? No, let's leave it at 3. I don't need these yet, but that's max quantity and quantity so that you can stack them. I don't have that in the game yet. And am I going to bother with a name? I'll put a name in there. Iron sword, because maybe later I will add a label on top of it or something, or if you mouse over it, maybe. Okay. Doesn't need capabilities. There's a position. The tile set oh, this is going to be interesting. I'll have to have it find the items tile set, but the tile is always 1, right? I don't think I'm going to get to gold pieces today. Because I'll probably get too hungry. Especially when I see that chicken. Chicken. I was going to have the NPCs drop loot, but I don't think I'm going to get to it. I'm just going to do the NPC slaying today. So it's going to be hard-coded as 1, but I still have to look up what entity the items tile set is in. Yeah, so it'll just be... Yeah, no caps. I think that's it, just item, position, and tile, right? Item, position, and tile, yeah. Depth 1, sure. Tile... Does that matter? I think it does. In order to get it to show up, but I'm not sure. Tile is 1, and it needs to know the tile set number. Actually, how often is this going to get called? We could just look it up. So we'll search, we'll loop through all components of type tile set. Where do I do that? In the tile set? This thing right here. Technically, I only need to do it once, right? So I could just have it static for now. Static int items tile set. And then if items tile set is 0, that should be tile set. Then loop through them all. And this is, oh, I need the components reference. If tile set realm server key tile well, wait a second. Where's the name communicated? Would that be here? Oh. It's probably in the front end where I see that. Name. Okay. So just I didn't even bother with keys, I guess. Yeah, it's just name. Items. Items tile set equals entity break. And then we'll just if we don't know what it is, Well, let's have another Boolean here. Items tile set search, or items tile set search complete. That equals true. If this is 0, then return, well, it can't do it, right? Let's just have it return an empty JSON value, which will be invalid. So that down here, I'll just do it first. So, yeah. Const auto action equals make components xy. If action get type is not equal to JSON, value type invalid, then action. There we go. Oh, I guess I can do that the same way. So is that how I found it before in the NPC spawning? Oh, yeah. And I didn't cache it either. I just did it whenever it spawned. I like this better. Well, actually, what if I change it? Then it would break, and I would have to restart the server. This is probably better. I should have just done this. Yeah, okay. In fact, I probably already have that down here. I just stupid. Yeah, okay. Items tile set name is items, so I don't need to do all this stuff. And then I just need to include the tile set. Yep. Alright, never mind. And just include it here. And that means, hold on. Tile set entity. I can go back to doing this for action. And get rid of that. This is like that, right? I compare with what I had down here. Okay, I did indent that. That's fine. I don't need components, actually. Back to the way it was. This had a tile in it. Oh, because I had a max NPCs. So I don't need that. Num NPC tiles. Actually, yeah, I'm not gonna do that, but I'll do a spawn range of 1. But I need to have a spawn center. Spawn center. Which my notes said was -22 by, that was weird, I hit the wrong key there, by -5. Same kind of spawning, like every, like on average 10 seconds. Sure, I'm just gonna fill up with swords. How about is sword present? So we're looking for an item. And actually, is that all I care about? Is item present? Find it in the index. I don't need this, right? Because if I get here, it's false. I don't care about the depth. If it's an item, return true, right? Yeah, I don't need this stuff. Okay. Armory system. Let's change this variable to sword spawn cooldown. We'll just call it spawn cooldown. Pick a random int and then add spawn center x. If not is item present in that position, then cooldown. Oh, so it's definitely going to spawn something if it can, right? I really shouldn't do that. Hold on, what's going on there? Is that a global? Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not a global, but I had to add that here, right? Cooldown, yeah. I had to add it for, so we need to give it a name. Sword spawn. When the next sword may be spawned in the armory. Sword. And we'll say if it, let's just say it always cools down. So just immediately do that, always. So if it tries and fails to spawn it, it'll just wait for the next time. So that means I don't have to do this. Find the items tile set. Don't need to do that. Just make a sword there. Cool. Let's try it out. Lookador says, did you know that if you F2 assemble function or variable, you can rename it via C will try and change that in all references? I knew that for, I use F2 here in the files list. And I knew that for, well, I guess I remember that now, but I don't usually use it. I guess I'm too used to doing just search, replace manually. Like with this thing, right? But I would imagine it works a lot better with a more integrated language like JavaScript or C# or Java. Alright, let's try this. I should get swords now. I want the swords. Let's get some swords. Most of you are? Yeah, that's true. It is pretty neat. I think it would have more trouble with C++ because things like templates make it really hard for an editor to know how the language is assembled. User says, looked into catching the spam bots with playing with bots. I don't think you can reliably determine they're bots. No. You'd have to, have to be some kind of indicator about it, right? Alright. Question is, did swords get spawned? Oh, look, there's a sword. Let's go get it. Picking it up. Oh, there's another one. They might be spawning too frequently. Okay, I got a sword. Go slay some monsters here. Die, die, and die should kill one sword, and it's broken. But now, since I still have a sword, I should be able to kill 3 more, and now I don't have any sword. Cool. Instead of saying your, I should probably have the name of the player, right? Because I think that's sent to the whole game right now. Lookador says, could you move yourself onto a valid tile? Just testing if your bot recognizes since you're special. I'm on a mountain right now, right? You can't see me on the mountain? There. Now I'm sitting there. Your sword. Why is that not met? Oh, because it's your S, right? Yeah. The sword held by was broken. So I'll need to know the player's name. How do I know the player's name? If I stashed it in the player entity, that would be cool. But I don't remember if I did. Wow, a lot of swords there now. I should probably reduce the spawn rate of swords. Oh, there's a tile. I could pick the nameplate of the tile. There's a Twitch name. There's a Twitch login. Well, there's a player ID, and then I can find them. I guess that's the best I can do. So, that means, does this have access to the players? Actually, I don't even know if it does. I think for now I'll just take it from the player's tile. So that would be, PC tile is get the tile of the PC. And then from that I can extract name. So that's PC tile name. There, let's try that. You rarely get to code against this character because he's always hiding. Oh yeah, I'm always hiding. That's true. By default, I hide now. I need to change the default too, because it says admin. I need to change it to GM. Admin. GM. That was a test. Alright, fixed. Okay. Why did this not connect? Sometimes it has trouble connecting. Alright, I need to get a sword. Don't mind me, NPCs. There's plenty of swords over here. Pick one up. It's in my inventory now. Slay, slay, and slay. The sword held by Raymond was broken. Okay, great. Cool. I think I'm ready to deploy it. So let me check this in. And I sure hope I don't screw anything up. A quick check would be if I ask the cluster to snapshot and then do a diff. So stop now and then do a diff. Diff game snapshot with 11 game snapshot. And these numbers are just different because of rounding problems. I don't care about that. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Alright. Checking it in. You want to find the golem and slay him with that sword? He might stomp you and you might get teleported to the afterlife. Okay, this is a special check-in. Change default admin avatar to GM or avatar name label. All right, so we're adding the armory system, and what did I change here? Right, that they have to have a sword, and the sword takes damage. Okay. So, require swords to kill NPCs, and require swords which can break to kill NPCs. There we go. Oh, and also, well, let's see if I can split this commit up, actually. Not the armory. Yeah, so it's just this system. And then this check-in is really separate, right? So add armory system to spawn swords randomly. Oh, I wanted to reduce the cooldown on it. I mean, increase the cooldown of it, right? Because I think there are just way too many swords. So let's set it to like 30 minimum, and then up to 2 minutes. That way it'll give the NPCs time to respawn. You're already part of the afterlife? That's true. You're the Cthulhu from the Great Beyond, right? All right, commit. And let's bump the minor version of the app. I'm always wondering, like, will this break the game if people reload and it's using a newer version of the client? I don't think it will. Let's start that building. npm run build. Meanwhile, bump client version to 1.18.0. Wow, I've done 18 versions of this thing. And then that's tag front 1.18.0 get push tags. Now while that's going, let me I had this in the background the whole day. Add my key because I don't have that part of my initial login thing. Mugget poll. Now these two things. Oh, something's outdated. Yeah, that's what happens when you sit around with tools and you don't keep them up to date. They get outdated. 27 commits since I last built it on Linux. What's the chances of building it without any warnings or errors? Fair to good. 27 commits is not that many for me. Nothing else changed except for the root. I thought I fixed something in another library. Oh, okay. CMake, build release. It's the moment of truth. Ooh, I have a security risk. Using target blank without rel, no opener, no refer is a security risk. I'll have to look that up later. Okay, let's deploy this. So, w deploy. Mugget. It's a tool I use for working with multiple Git repositories. And, oh yeah, we did the command simultaneously there. So we got two responses. I wonder if I should have the bot ignore duplicate commands. Well, actually, that would be having a command cooldown, wouldn't it? Can you pick up the sword? Not yet, not till I deploy into production. Because right now it'll try to pick it up because it's sending the game to the server, but the server will be like, I don't know what you mean by pickup item. Here, let me demonstrate. So, actually, that means I need to log into the real game. Let's do that with incognito. I just need to get my password out. Password in clipboard, paste. Sure, why not? Okay, I need to escape here. I guess I need to take the shortcut here. You still, oh, I went the wrong way. You still won't be able to kill the ones in this zone, though. Who's that? Oh, is that because of the display bug? The nameplate's not showing up? Or the, it's actually a mob? Can anyone pull the sword out of the stone? Let's see. Can I do it? No. Nope. Oh, there's another problem. I forgot that. I need to give everyone default number of inventory slots, don't I? Yep. Good thing I don't need to change the front end for that, though. I just need to do a little bit of back-end work here. That was in the executor when you log in, right? It was on player logged on. Something like that. Logged in. Yeah, it says if you don't have a tile, make one. If you don't have an input component, make one. All this stuff, right? So let's add a check here. Else if player component doesn't have an inventory, key player inventory, then we'll modify it. So that means let's just turn this into a auto, and then say a player component that. How many slots do people want? I don't want to give you too many slots. How about just 3 for now? JSON array 0, 0, 0. There we go. And then this will be set entity component of type player, and then just player component. And then I'll test. Let me test this. So back into testing we go. I'll just log in as Bob. That's what I'll do. 5, 4, 4 of 3. I don't want you to carry too many swords at once. We'll give you more slots later. It'd be like World of Warcraft, where your bag has 16 slots for like 15 years. And they say, oh, we had to change a lot of code to change the number of slots that you can have. For me, it's one line. Number of zeros here is the number of slots that you got. Okay. That built. It's running now. So this is my existing account has 4 slots, so Bob didn't have any slots at all. Let's have Bob log in. Should have start with 3. Yep. Okay, so let me include that in the build. Let me go pick up a sword to make sure it actually works. Look at this. Armory is full. Pick up item. Yay. I'm armed. Whack. Alright, checking that in. Give players 3 inventory slots if they didn't have any. There we go. Easy peasy. Push that. Go slay the golem. The world depends on me. What happens when full? It stops spawning. Well, it'll keep every minute. It'll keep trying to spawn a new one, and it'll be like, oh, I can't put one there because there's one there. What happens if you drop a sword that's been used once? It keeps its durability, so someone else will be able to pick it up, and it'll now have 2 points instead of 3. So I hard-coded that in, right? The armory it's hard-coded to be the swords have 3 durability. So if you use it once and drop it, it'll be down to 2. Why do you do get GC before push? That's because when I use get GUI, if you haven't collected the garbage in a while, it shows an annoying pop-up saying, you haven't collected the garbage in a while. Do you want to do it now? And I hate seeing that, so I just garbage collect now as a matter of habit, really. And I don't need to get pull. It's only one thing I need. I just need the top level repo. Yeah, I need to add cooldowns and commands, Liquidor. I haven't done that yet. Now build the release again. And now we're ready to deploy it. What's the version on upstream right now? I think it's 14. Yeah, so it'll be 15. Secret. lpack prod. And then Python 3 tools deploy 1.15.0. Oh, I need to have the realm name first. Uploads it. Oh, that's interesting. Someone chatted just as I uploaded the package, and the deployment tool got the chat in game. All right. Need to remember to fix that. We're just tagging this, right? All right. So I'm gonna go and in the real game here, Get the configuration. I'm going to edit it off screen. So we're going to upgrade the servers to 1.15.0. Paste that back into the game. And then I'm going to shut the servers down and bring them back up, as is my habit these days. Bye-bye, servers. Servers down. I wonder why it still shows one of them as being up. Liquidor asks, what happens if you pick up a sword in the armory and then drop it again? It might spawn one anyway, and then you might have 2 swords on that square. That should work. I don't know, it's a good thing we should test. I don't know if you can actually add the command. And I can't check right now, but it's down, so I can't... Well, I might have to repaste that command, Nui. It should say something still if you slay them, Cthulhu. Okay, let's bring the servers back up. Hopefully it comes back up now. 1.15.0 is starting. Successfully connecting to them. Uh-oh. Hold on, that didn't work. I got a timeout on connecting to them. So let me increase the... Okay, I need to go to the versions and mark it as no longer bad. Go to the configuration, put them back to... okay, they are all on 15 still. Okay, I need to increase the orchestrator's connection timeout. What is that set to? 2 seconds? Five seconds instead? Try again. Okay, there. Now it's up and running. Now people are logging in. And we're having trouble with the snapshots. I'm gonna have to take it down again. It's in a snapshot installation loop. Yeah, okay, we gotta take it down. Alright, so I gotta look at the state of the game and see whose snapshot is ahead. Diff1, sorry. Diff1 game snapshot with 2 game snapshot. Which snapshot appears most ahead? 2 does. How about 2 and 3? 3. 2 does. Okay, so I'm going to remove 1 game journal and 2 and 3. Copy 2 game snapshot to 1 and 3. And now start the cluster up again. Cool. Caught up. Everyone's caught up. Everyone's logging in now. I don't know why I can't move. Now I can move again. Someone's already picked up the sword, apparently. Because the sword's not there anymore. Did Liquidor get it? Okay, let me go get one. I want a sword. See, I can't kill him anymore. I want a sword. Oh, there's one for me. Let me pick it up. Hey, I got a sword now. I can slay that beast. Got him. And here, Cthulhu, you want a sword? There, have the sword. It's got 1 hit left on it. I'll go pick it up. There you go. You can drop it? Yeah. I should have made one that had like 1,000,000 hits on it and like gave it to myself. Actually, I can modify my sword to make it invincible. Why do I visually have an axe but you can't use it? That's just a tile. I mean, I have what looks like a staff, but it doesn't work like a staff. Now, does it? I think I didn't fix this other one, them being invincible in this other zone, right? Let me see if I can actually slay them. I don't think I actually got around to doing that. Yeah, they're still invincible in this zone. Oh well. Chat context message disappears on chat update. It does? So if someone chatted now, it would disappear? Oh, yeah. Well, I didn't test that. The whisper should work. Hello. Cthulhu should have gotten a message there. Yeah, so the things I was working on yesterday and last week are now pushed as well, including the name tag bug should be fixed. Yeah, we can go hunt now. There we go. I saw a bit of lag, and I think I know why. It took a 1.5 seconds to prepare a game snapshot. The game's getting too big to insert naughty word here. You have to do /W, like in World of Warcraft. I could maybe make that a alias if you do exclamation point instead of slash. Uh-oh, Nui's sword's broken. Your bot can't kill it. Your bot has to go pick up weapons. Look, there's one right there. Or I'll go give it to. Let's go give it to your bot. Or let's try to give it to Nui. Another one will spawn in a minute. Where's Liquidor bot? Here, we'll try to give it to him. Liquidor bot. Pick up the sword. Get it, Liquidor bot. I don't think it knows how to pick up swords yet. You're supposed to keep up with me, Liquidor. You're supposed to have that code already written to go pick up that sword. I'm not going to use this. Someone else want this sword? Here, I'll drop it here. Wish I could just trade it to people. Here, Nui. Ready? Pick it up, Nui. Get it. There you go. 10 minutes. I didn't finish the Golem integration. There were some ideas that I should highlight people's names and also that it should say the word Twitch in there somewhere so people know it's from Twitch. And let me look at the performance of the server. It's getting kind of high. As long as it stays under 10% CPU, then I don't go over budget. Sometime soon I'm going to have to do some optimization. Get rid of some JSON, use binary messages, that kind of thing. Maybe some of the UDP stuff would make it use less CPU as well. And then let me look at the health of the file system. Actually, it's pretty good. Huh. Not keeping a whole lot of snapshots around. Why would that be? I don't see any daily snapshots being saved. I wonder if I have a bug in the snapshot collection stuff. Huh, yeah. Well, just in case I lose it forever, let me back up one of these snapshots from a week ago. It's supposed to keep around snapshots for every day in the last week, but it doesn't look like it's working. It's actually deleting them too aggressively. Oh well. I'll have to think about that, why that's happening. Can you use UDP? Yeah, that was one idea, was to reduce the lag and also the stress on the system to... you don't have a sword, but you can go pick one up. There's one up here. We should test, like, your inventory getting full. You shouldn't be able to pick up a fourth sword. Is Nui already testing it? If you can't pick up that sword, that means your inventory's full. How would you use UDP with WebSockets? It wouldn't be with, it would be in consort with, it would be probably something like some kind of primitive cipher, or maybe a real cipher. Like there was an extension of TLS for UDP. Or just something simple, like once you authenticate with WebSockets, you get a the seed for some kind of RNG that you use that seed to cipher, to sign every packet or something. I don't know, something simple though. Stamp every packet with a ID number that's generated from a seeded random number generator, so that you can prove it's you. I don't know. I haven't thought about it, but I think it would have to be something like that, where you do a more expensive operation with the WebSockets to authenticate, but then after that you get a UDP connection for a low overhead. Yeah, on the left island, Liquidor. Do you want one? I got two. Here's a sword. Have a sword. Doesn't have off-screen navigation yet. Oh, it's too far away? Squish. Squish. Oh, I was gonna go clean up the mobs in the Farlands, right? That's bug found. I don't want to delete him. It would be bad if I deleted a player entity, actually. And make sure I don't do that ever. Maybe I have a confirmation dialog. Are you sure you want to do that? That will destroy a player and all of his points. Alright. Now there wasn't a sword broken chat message? Or you missed it. Okay. Yeah, it's not too overt, is it? I'd probably want to have a sound effect or a particle effect or something. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, it's drawing the little trigger thing underneath that thing. Why is that? Oh, the depth is it the depth? Did I put it at depth 1? That should be like above. I should put the trigger thing above everything. Cool. Don't need this anymore. I can stop my test environment. Left clicking is way more intuitive when clicking a player name in chat. There was a problem with left click though. Oh, and you can't right click on Golem either. There was a reason I didn't get left click working. What was it? Oh, it was just so easy to tie this to the context menu thing. Except for that bug right there. Not destroying them where? You don't have a sword. Here, I'll kill him for you. Oh, my sword broke. You would like to wear 2 to the 31 swords? Gotta get yourself equipped, Cthulhu. Here, pick up this sword. Bring it back. WebRTC, I don't know. But there's a standard proposal out there to do transport layer security with UDP. Where's Cthulhu? Here, have a sword, Cthulhu. Here, pick it up. Now you can slay 3 more enemies. He's not picking it up. He's moved away. Oh, now he's moved back to the sword. Is he going to pick it up? He didn't want to pick it up. Knew he's probably gonna steal it. I think knew he got it from you. The armory will fill up over time. It's this pick up item button. Also, the G key should work, although I haven't tested that. You walk over to it and you click a pick up item, or you hit the G key for get. But there's no swords. Oh, here's one. Yeah, see, G also works. G or pick up item. Here you go, I'm gonna hand you one. Rikatuluko. Oh, knew he's gonna steal it. Oh, yeah, go get it. Go get it before someone else does. Oh, you got it. All right. Cool. All right, I think this is enough work for the day. I hope you guys all enjoyed watching. 2 NPCs without names. Without names. Oh, you mean player characters without names? Oh, X-Men sprites? Is that a bug in the rendering thing? I thought I fixed all those bugs last night. Oh, there it is. Okay, I saw that. I saw that. When they moved on screen by themselves. See if I can see that again. If that skeleton moves back on screen. I'll have to try to reproduce that in the test environment. If one of them moves up now, I should see it as an X-Man here. No, see, that one worked. Why can't your bot whisper? It's /W. Testing. Was it when they entered from the right? I think I might know what the bug is, so let me arrange a little test for this. Let's make it so he can only move to the right. I'll block off the mountain for a second. And I'm gonna wait for him to move from the right onto there. Yeah, so I think there's a bug is when it comes in from the right side. Right? Because when it was up and down, it wasn't a problem. So move up, NPC. You're free. Oh no, it's still broken. Huh. Yeah. So it has something to do with them moving on screen when they weren't there before. But if you move and then move back, it fixes it. It's when they move. Okay, I think I know where that is. I'm gonna just prefix everything with I think I know what it is. Then I could be wrong. All right, I'll probably work on that after I eat, and then that'll be in the next deployment. Let me fix the world here so we can get back to the portal. Let's put this swamp back where it was, sort of. That's good enough. Whispers work now. Cool. Yeah, then you won't be spamming chat so much. You can whisper to your bot. Nice. All right. Oh, we had a new player? Poople1. Okay, fine. Interesting name, but we'll accept it. I wasn't quite sure what to do about this one. I'm thinking I'll probably have, in the terms of service, like rules about what names can be picked for characters, just to spell out, cover my butt, so to speak, for decisions like you can't use that name. And so, like, political statements would be in the list of things that aren't permissible for usernames, right? Along with vulgar words considered vulgar, right? But I'm not sure what to do now because that wasn't clear. I don't know if this was a joke account or a serious one. There's an XMS. See, by the way, Nui, I got the links to work. Oh, you saw that me do that yesterday. There are XMS sprites. Yes, definitely. Definitely a bug. We'll look into later today. And I haven't yet done anything on the ticketing system either, other than the description. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that one. All right. Neato, yeah. Thank you very much. And hello. Sort of the end of my stream, though. You're just kind of coming in at the end. But I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, if you wanted to log in now, I don't have the moderation system tested fully yet. So there's this way to report, and it doesn't work for this account. But if I do it here, well, that doesn't work either. Interesting. Okay, so this is broken yet. So what happens is when I go offline, the chat will stop working, and I'll take the Twitch integration down. But otherwise you can log in and play right now. So what I worked on today, and thank you for the follow by the way, is I added items to the game. So there are these swords now you can pick up that spawn here, and you need those swords to slay these NPCs that randomly spawn and move around. The sword lasts for 3 hits and then breaks, and you have to go back and pick up another sword. And you can hold 3 swords at a time. And I'll check out ticket 34 right now. Oh yeah, why didn't that display correctly? Well, okay, no, that's what you wanted, right? Or did you want it to be styled so it has a margin between those? That's probably what you wanted, right? You wanted a margin for different paragraphs? So let's look at ticket 28, see if it looks better. It's somewhat better, right? But maybe it needs a paragraph margin. Is it normal when you right-click your own name, you can whisper the GM? No. That's probably a bug. Test. Yeah, that's a bug. It should give you an option to whisper yourself. These are working, though. What if the GM says something? Hello. Hi. Okay, that works. Alright, got a lot of bugs to fix. But I'm tired. So, hope you guys don't mind if I stop for the day. Yes, bye for now, Cthulhu. Usually the colon comes after the name in 2-player, doesn't it? I think I copied that from World of Warcraft, where they put the colon there, but I could be wrong. It's really, those little typo things are really easy to fix. Hey there, Skizzers. I'm about heading out to go eat. In fact, I'm gonna look right now to see who I can set the rate up for. There's a newer Twitch streamer I was hoping to raid, but he's never on now. Oh, Tim was here before. What if we just raid Tim? That'll work. In fact, let me set this up right now. Okay, cool. I have it ready to go. So thank you very much, everybody, for watching today. I'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1700 hours. I hope you enjoyed the stream today, and you'll love Tim Bidet. He was in here before. He is game dev, making his own games and his own game engine in C++. So have a great day. See you guys tomorrow. Bye for now. Bye.